Oh, yeah. Hmm. All right, so we are live on the YouTube. Plan. Well, let's just read our today command. We had so many margaritas on Tuesday. It was probably too many. They were delicious, though. Just the salt on the rim. Best part. But yeah, so today will just be a normal day. We'll probably have like a whiskey later. Nothing too crazy. Um, the plan is, well, we set up the repo for GitBench so people can see the source code. Doesn't mean that our tests are actually any good. We want to start evaluating some of that now. But at least people can see it and check it out. There's still more work to do, and while the agents are running on some of this stuff, we're going to keep working on that blog post, and the blog post needs work. Like, it's a lot. But yeah. Whew. I did not sleep well last night, though. So, we got tea. One thing, hold on. All right. Let me, yeah, no, I think we're good. Let me go double check on the beef that I'm thawing for some pho tonight, and then we'll be good to go. All right. Sorry, I had to use the restroom too. Ah. All right. Yeah, all the all the margaritas definitely didn't help the weight loss thing, but yeah, so we no margaritas today. We had enough. Like, dude, that's the debt we put into a liter. So yeah, we consumed more than a half liter of tequila on Tuesday. We're not going to be doing that today. And I'm out of mix. I'm out of mixer. It was a solid evening. I don't know. I got a little like ranty, but you know, hopefully some people got the hint. Right? People we had to time out and all that. But yeah, I did. I had a fun time. I enjoyed it. We went way too late though. But anyway, yeah. I think it'll be fun. Okay, so yes. What all have we done with GitBench for a second? Uncommitted changes. I'm gonna undo that one. Oh, and you guys can't see shit. There we go. All right, so what got modified? Okay, so this is mostly... Oh, no. This is the right file. So this is the CLI file. This is the output stuff that was done. Okay. All right. There we go. Kenny, 74 hours to go and only 22% used on Minimax for the week? Dude, that's huge. Yeah, let's look at ours real quick. Yeah, I am. Oh, mine. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. Now I see. Yeah, dude, only 2% used. Caveman Coding Club? Yeah, but you could make it an NFT and then print on demand. Oh, and you're only on the $10 plan too. Yeah, I'm on the $20 plan. Still a massive deal. I would say, dude, this one is pretty crazy too. 7% used on the Olama on their $20 tier. So yeah, like, dude, these two are my jam. I think I could probably just go straight to Olama without paying Minimax directly, but I kind of like supporting them, so I don't mind. I might crank it down to the 10, but I don't know. Yep. But I don't think you'd be able to do that for the caveman part. Because it wasn't caveman coded. That part's trickier. Hmm. But yeah, doing bullshitty NFTs. Yeah, man. All right, so yeah, our usage there. Cool. Open code probably reset. All right. I am thinking I'm probably gonna cancel open code Go though. Like the monthly usage thing is just no good. And I get all the same models from Olama and Minimax, you know? Have I ever done stuff with NFTs? No, I like back before crypto bros ruined the idea of NFTs. I kind of thought about like making NFTs for streams that people could like vote on what we work on for the week or the month or something like that. I thought that would be kind of cool. But, you know, this is back like 2021 kind of shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because like NFTs, like they're a transferable, like it's almost like stock, you know? So you could print out a bunch of like bullshit NFTs. You don't need an image to go with it. But then they could be kind of seen as like voting stock for stream, you know? Like I'd still hold on to a majority share, but then I could just delegate to other voting when I don't have an opinion. I don't know. I'm still not certain. I'm not sure. Like I kind of envision like NFTs as like a voting stock kind of thing that you could do like investment wise, you know? That'd be cool. I think some of the sports games. I guess that would be the tough part, right? Like, why would any sports game company do NFTs for their stuff when they could just sell you the same characters the next year, right? So yeah, I don't know. That one's tougher. But NFTs for skins, like across different games or something, could be interesting. But again, why would they do that when they can just bill you for the same skin in two different games? So the incentives aren't there. I thought it was kind of an interesting idea. I've never pursued it, so I don't know. And hey, what's up, Brainless? I do still think there's something there though. All right, 1 second. Okay, sorry. Quick distraction, work stuff, blah, blah. All right, so, and yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Yeah, I wanted to check this. Are there any of the newest models that are worth checking out? Has anyone checked out Mistral Medium? Only a 256K context length, dense 128B. It shows it outperforming all the other Mistral stuff. That doesn't mean shit. That means basically nothing. It does look like it outperforms Sonnet on like a benchmark or two. So it's better on the telecom test than Sonnet, which I find interesting. It's right there with the rest of the group for SWE bench verified. I would not trust it with a bank account. Yeah, I mean, a big part of the problem with the tool calling thing is it's like halfway harness specific. I forget who I had read a post from where they had to do a bunch of like random stuff to fix most of the open models because the harnesses are actually part of the problem. But like, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's interesting. All right, so yeah, Codex and Claude. That should be. What? I know I did a little bit of Claude. Yeah, dude. I think I really want to cancel Claude. You're using it from NVIDIA's stuff? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have seen, and this is totally unrelated. My brain just wanted to make sure I started loading it up. Mm-hmm. So yeah, GSD BMAD spec kit. Yep. Yeah, makes sense. And here's a big thing I want to do. Oh, and hold on, what's this? No, that's fine. Sunil Pai liked my response though. I'm a reply guy now. I'm a reply guy now. But yeah, no, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's like something I want to say about this. It's like, what's wrong with just like talking out a quick feature and making sure that you and the thing align on what the goal is? Oh. And what's up, Dre? How you doing over on YouTube? So hold on, is Cloudflare going through layoffs? Is that it? Oh no. 1,100 employees. Yep. How many how many people is that? Dre, we're building a thing called the GitBench. It measures models' abilities to do Git stuff. Let me get more music on. Sorry, 1 second. So Dre, keep in mind I'm streaming over on Twitch. There's almost 40 people over on Twitch. So yeah, how much of the workforce is this 1,100? One report saying 20%. Got it. Okay. Dude, that is crazy, dude. Yeah. So people saying like, dude, we're in a global recession and no one's admitting to it. Yeah, to a degree, but also most of these companies just have too many people working for them in the first place. And Dre, I do have a Discord. 1 second. There you go. All right, so real quick. So you don't know about me, but when you came in code, you sit and think about what you want to do and only really start writing when you know what you want to say. Of course, you spike problems, but often have a pretty solid plan for what I'm going to say before writing the code. Plan mode is just trying to do the same process. Just makes sense to figure out what you want to do. Yeah, 1000%, Caleb. Like, it's just so weird. Like Tanner Lindsley and a couple other people, right? Like Ryan Carniato. Well, I don't use plan mode. I just simply say what I want to do and ask it for thoughts. Motherfucker, that's plan mode with extra steps. Like, it's plan mode by another name. They're very smart dudes, but I think they fundamentally misunderstood what plan mode is for. I think it's kind of ridiculous. But there's all this grandstanding about how I'm so much smarter and I don't use plan mode anymore. It's like, yeah, no, I get it. Like, massively large context, like context 7 and some of that stuff is an anti-pattern. I get that. But a quick little bit of, like, making sure we're on the same page before it actually starts messing with shit? Yeah, I'd like that. You can compensate with plan mode for a lack of, like, overzealous prompting, right? So what I'd be curious about is, what are these people's prompts actually looking like? How much time are they spending crafting the prompt? You know? And they're sitting there, like, babysitting the agent, whereas instead they could just do what Jamin does, and I think even Matt Pocock does, where you plan all day long, and then you turn the clanker loose on it overnight so that you don't have to babysit that shit. You don't have to be like, well, how'd it do? No, you gave it exactly what it needed, and you have the criteria for it. And now you have a thing that can run all fucking night. Oh, damn, some neighbors smoking cigarettes. What the fuck, dude? I don't mind if neighbors smoke weed, man. Dude, cigarettes fucking reek. I mean, this is nice. Yes, severance through the rest of the year. Yep. Yeah, that's the right way to go. That's the right way to do it. Yeah, Cloudflare's at least a good company. But yeah, CS dead career bullshit. All right. Yeah. Interesting. Codex or Claude? I'm getting more value out of open models personally. I never hit the usage on the Olama subscription or on the Minimax subscription. I did hit the one on Open Code Go. I'm probably going to cancel Open Code Go. I do pay for Claude and Codex, but I mean Claude I'm pretty much over. Like, yeah. And Codex just is overkill for a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, that question was asked over on YouTube if people are curious where that came from. Okay. Yeah, and to me, this is plan mode, right? Grill Me is plan mode. Like, literally, it's just a plan mode. There's nothing wrong with a plan mode. I just don't understand the people that are so anti plan mode. It's just, it's a lot of like, it's literally virtue signaling. Yeah, I just said, man, Claude. Claude sucks, man. Dre, sorry, you're not here on Twitch, but we have a distinct rule about that. I don't give a fuck. Do whatever you want. No, this is not a career advice stream. I don't fucking care. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. You're an adult, or you're gonna be. Make a decision and own it. Sorry. You should not be outsourcing anything like that, dude. Yeah, you're basically an adult. Make a decision, own it. That's called life. Sorry, I'm not gonna handhold you on getting into the industry or any of that shit. I don't fucking care. Do it or don't, doesn't affect me. Like, you gotta understand, Dre, that is some really, really like spammy shit we deal with every fucking day. I'm tired of it. If you can't find the information you're looking for without polling a random Twitch stream, that's your problem. Yeah, I heard about the deal between SpaceX and Anthropic. I think it's funny that Elon's just that petty. Whatever you say, Imp Daddy. Or I'm petty, whatever. I'm not an asshole. I'm just telling you like it is. So yeah, Patty, you're probably over there because you got banned here on Twitch because you fucking suck. And are my numbers dwindling? No, they've been pretty consistent around these numbers for a while. So yeah, later, troll. Yeah, weird. Guy hiding behind a Minecraft profile image. Wow. What a significantly useful human being. All right, so let's think about this. These are all the skills that Matt Pocock has in his list here. I am 41. I'll be 42 in a month or a month and a half. Oh, there's something to that. I mean, especially here in the programming category. But yeah. I'm trying to remember what's the Social Blade, I think. No, I'm thinking of Twitch metrics. I think it's this one. Yeah. So yeah, if we go like look. All right. And here's the best part. We can look at it. Oh, it might take a sec. Or it might not load at all. Oh, it's a very, very steep curve. Like 40 viewers for a gaming stream is huge. It takes forever to get to a point like that. Okay, their site is like totally broken. Whatever. But yeah, average viewership. It's been pretty steady. Yeah, last couple days, sure. Summertime's coming. I'm not worried about it. But then, yeah, here, 35th most watched software and game dev stream, 24th in English. I thought there was another thing that showed your rank in a different way, but maybe I'm just thinking of another one of these services. I don't know. Dre, I've been an engineer for like 10 years. I am now currently a developer advocate, but I've been streaming. Let me put it this way. I've been streaming for almost 8 years, which means I've probably been a software dev for longer than that, but I start dropping off like the WordPress stuff and the freelancing. I've been saying 10 years for like 5 years now. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, let's keep looking at this. Caleb, there's a caveman skill. Was that a beer? No, it's tea. I didn't sleep very well last night. And it's I do cold tea. Too much hot tea is actually really bad for you. You get throat cancer that way. I also don't trust the bags. So with hot water, there's more chance of microplastic. So yeah, Caleb, I'm ruining the tea. So I am doing some nice what's the brand? Harney and Sons. You got like a favorite tea bag brand? I know, obviously I should be doing loose leaf. Right? Ain't nobody got time for that. But yeah, cuts token usage. while keeping full technical accuracy. Yeah, that one's funny. This is the one that he says he uses the most. And he says the number one like useful part about this is that he uses voice mode. So he's basically just talking all day. Wonder what that's like. Do I stream the whole day? I start typically around 1 or 2 p.m. and I will go at least until 6 most of the time. And then some nights I'll go way later. Some nights I'll definitely hop into the whiskey and go way later. But yeah, it just depends. All right, so this I think is interesting. This is the one I was thinking about mainly. Like, diagnose seems good. It seems similar to like the auto research loop. But this one, improve codebase architecture. I kind of like that. All right, so your favorite black tea bags are either Yorkshire tea or Clipper tea. Interesting. You don't keep milk at home? Gotcha. Yeah. Like, no, Here's the thing. Caleb, have you seen that show, The Detectorists? If not, I think you'll really like it. It's like a slower show. But yeah, it's about like people, who use metal detectors to like search for treasure and stuff, right? But they're the hardcore guys. But one of the characters has a quote. Do you take cream and sugar? And then oh shit, now I'm gonna forget the exact line. Of course I take tea and sugar, otherwise it's just vegetable soup. Something like that. Lance, detectorists. Hold on, I want to double check this. Tea, milk. Quote, soup. Here it is. Tea without sugar is just vegetable soup. That's the quote. Tea without sugar is just vegetable soup. I am currently drinking cold vegetable soup. That I'm less sure of. I forget what would make it a broth. It might be closer to a tincture. I think it's closer to a tincture. No. So tincture requires a solvent. Okay, never mind. Well, I mean, the vegetables are still in it, man. Anyway, let's get back to it. So yeah, this is a skill that I would love to start turning loose on a couple things, right? Like, I almost want to try and turn it loose on maybe not Redis. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no worries, Caleb. I've seen a lot of people talking about, some of these skills. There we go. Get the right song going. Oh, get guardrails Claude code. Nice. Okay. Pre-commit setup. Interesting. I have 64 gigs. Most tabs get backgrounded, right? Have I tried side tabs? Nah. I really don't mind this. My archive is from here to the left, right? So I have these tabs specifically because I want to reference them later and put them into the tab archive here. And then everything to the right is kind of the working session. So yeah, like most of these we could clean up and get rid of. For sure. I just haven't needed to yet. But I like having them all there. I can actually tell which tab I need. Like, notice how I was able to grab these, like, first click? Yeah, like, do you not have pattern recognition for, like, icons? I don't know. And I'm saying that to Dre over on YouTube. It's really not that hard, man. But yeah, we should do a quick cleanup of the working session. We definitely got duplicates and some stuff in there. But yeah, what's up, Kevin? Been a little bit, I think. Yeah, man, we haven't seen you since December. Marksman skill for detecting favicon. Exactly. Duh. You guys just skipped that part of the skill tree. Well, no. That's the thing, right? The quote is tea without sugar is vegetable soup. So this is vegetable soup because I didn't add sugar because I'm trying to lose weight, which I'm really proud of, everyone. Yes, I messed up, and well, not messed up. It was planned. Like Tuesday, I consumed way too much margarita mix and sugar and all that stuff, so the weight creeped up. But I'm under 34% body fat now, like 33 and a half. So as long as I keep one of those values progressively going lower and plateauing like each one as we go, I'm okay with that. All right, you got to indulge sometimes, right? All right, so what's the right way to install these? Does it have an installer? Aha, yeah. Yeah. You know? And yeah, like, still, 33.5% body fat is not thin. We got work to do. And I'm not sure how accurate it is. It's just one of the, like, it's like a 10 plus year old Fitbit smart scale. It might not even be accurate, but as long as the value's going down, that's all that matters. All right, so yeah. I'm not sure I want to save any docs or triage things or do any of this. Wait, where did it clone that? And yeah, we'll add everything. Sure. I'm okay with it. What are we going to add it to? There's the universal ones, .agent/skills. We haven't given up on Claude Code just yet. I think the rest of this is actually pretty solid. All right. Okay, so it didn't clone it in there. I just wanted to double check that. That would have been annoying. But okay, so we installed these. Dre, what computer, what specs? It's a Mac Mini that I maxed out over a year ago. So it's got the M4. So whatever the M4 Mac Mini that was maxed out besides like hard drive. Because it's not worth paying Apple's like a premium on drive size. You can just get externals. All right, so skills installed. Do we want to do it on this project or do we want to try it on a different one? Well, here's my question. Let's double check that skill that we wanted to try. Improve code base architecture. And then in language.md, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think I like it. They do want us to do this. All right. We can use Pi directly. We should update. Hold on. And what's up, Franz? How you doing? Where's Hans? And are you here to pump us up? Hold on, wait. There you go. That might be an old reference. Yeah. If your knees don't hurt when you wake up in the morning, you might not get the reference. Exactly. Sorry, Kevin. My bad. All right, so we updated Pi. Wait, really? I just did that. Pi up, do it again. Okay, there we go. Oh, and that's right. Yeah, we're going to have to migrate to a newer version of Pi eventually. It looks like we might be okay. Because it's just like updating this stuff in here. I hope Pi Auto Research continues to work. We'll see. So this is going to be skills, setup, Matt Pocock skills. Oh, I don't know, Dre. There's a lot of stuff. My GitHub's just CM Griffing, the same name of my channel. Check out the stuff on my GitHub. Check out some of the orgs that I'm associated with, too. Up to you. All right, so... But I will say, Dre, appreciate you. Right? Like, some people get the harshness from me sometimes, just because I get super annoyed by like the questions we got to deal with every day. And I appreciate you for being a good sport about it. Way better than that other asshole, right? So yeah, appreciate you. Thank you. And then just real quick, am I saying your name right? Is Dre correct, or is there like another way to say it? DeepSeek V4 Pro Cloud is running at a decent speed for me. It's running like a dog for you. Where are you located? Elefant. UK? I believe Olama's entire goal is that they're based in the US, right? So that might be a problem you're running into. But I could be wrong on that. Like maybe I misheard. So, Elefant, you might double check to see if it's like stalled, and I would double check like what harness are you using? Yeah, I assumed it's not your real name. I just want to say it the way you want it pronounced. That's all. Um, and yeah. Yeah, that one's weird, Elefant. I don't know. Let me double check. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of open code. Open code is specifically US providers. Just because people are worried about like data exfiltration. So yeah, nah, I don't remember why I thought Olama was the same way. I will say, right, like when we run GitBench, DeepSeek is the absolute slowest one, right? Like DeepSeek Pro, Flash is fast, but yeah, DeepSeek Pro is bad. Here's my next question: what is your level of reasoning? That could be affecting things too. I think I'm still on like base level reasoning. Yeah, I'm just on medium. All right, so single context is fine for this one. Yeah, I guess is that input or output tokens? Because input, that would be a bummer. Output, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm curious what task you have it churning on. So you have to use DeepSeek Pro for the context length. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, I can't use Minimax for that one. That was the part I liked about Mimo as well. They also had the million context window. But let me get more music on. Yeah, isn't like the Claude.md MD older? I thought Agents was newer. I'm just gonna rename it to Agents. Whatever. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Oh, and that's right. We kept running into GSD issues. And now we're just thinking we want to abandon GSD. That's right. That's where we left off on this one. For some reason, it just was incapable of understanding what we wanted out of this. Let me check one thing real quick. Oh, Dre, I think I just saw that you sent a request to connect on LinkedIn. Yeah, sounds good, man. Pretty sure that was you, right? Oh, I got a quick question. Has anyone here GSD is blocking me? I know, right? It just kept getting into a loop of like not finding the files it wanted and then getting to a point where it's like, well, I can't find the thing. Blah blah blah. So I just over it. But yeah, has anyone heard of blackbox.ai? Oh, I forgot about that emote. That's a good one. It's a shame it gets so pixelated. But that's because I'm zooming it out. So yeah, that's my fault. I don't know. They have like a cloud. So if you look at their like pricing, they have one of those clouds that has like, agent requests with Minimax and blah 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 and like other stuff, which is interesting. But they're just trying to do like the multi-agent like orchestrator thing. Just saying, like, someone reached out about it, and I was just curious. I think they have their own CLI tool. It's a space that a lot of these things are getting into. So CLI, IDE, cloud service like OpenHands, frontier and open source models on the API. Okay, so they have way more than just those models, but it's unlimited Minimax, which makes sense. They do have a bunch of these models. I wonder if they're just like proxying to something like OpenRouter under the hood. Fly.io sprites seem like a better way of doing this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, flu. Right? So a coding agent in a remote sandbox, right? They support basically all of these like sandbox environments. So maybe, I guess, Daytona is one of them. Yeah. So Daytona is a place that does sandboxing. Vercel has one. Cloudflare has one. But if you want to build like your own custom agents, this is definitely something I actually want to try at some point. You could sandbox them into these things with just a little bit of code. So I think what this is really aiming to try and solve is the things that you would use the Vercel AI SDK for, where you're manually calling out and orchestrating stuff. I don't know. Yeah. So it looks like I don't know. I'm still like struggling. I feel like this is something that you would use like LangChain for or whatever. But just the idea that it supports like the sandbox environments. I think any of these companies doing the sandboxing thing need to figure that out ASAP. So like I'm a little biased on OpenHands because I know the person who started it. Cool dude. Big fan. And they do this like cloud agent environment stuff, but they should be maybe like they were already doing Docker containers for this stuff. Right? So they should have been getting into the whole sandboxing thing like programmatically. And I would expect them to maybe try or hopefully try and create adapters for something like Flu. That would be smart. Yeah, no worries, Dre. Yes, there is a channel called Announcements in the Discord. Check that one out because that's where I do my daily announcement of like, I'm live once I post into there, basically. I don't tag people though, so you have to like set your notifications for that channel yourself. Because I stream 5 days a week. I don't want to spam people with notifications. Yeah, let me double check this. Are they still doing something? Yeah, that's not ideal. Well, I mean, Caleb, we have GitLens and there's VS Code dev containers. Is that what you're talking about? And I believe VS Code dev containers can point to a remote source. So, yeah, GitLens works with that just fine. Yeah, GitKraken Desktop? No, I don't think it's something we're really looking at with GitKraken Desktop yet. It is something we're adding to another tool that I can't say too much about right now. But yeah, so let me just keep looking at this real quick. Interesting. I was thinking it's like companies that reach out to you for a role, but the role's not listed on their website. It's always interesting to me. I think technically, legally, aren't they required to do so? But maybe I'm wrong. And maybe it depends on the state. But if I am looking at these numbers, I don't think they can afford me. Yeah, definitely not worth changing companies over. One of the funniest things, in my opinion, is that like it's almost like universally recognized that if you're a dev tools company, you need a DevRel or developer advocate. It's like one of your most important hires. But some of these companies pay it like intern salaries. Like I've seen so many companies that are only at like 120K for like a DevRel lead position kind of thing. I don't know. I think it depends on the country and the state and some of that stuff. I don't know. I feel like I've heard something to the effect that they are supposed to be advertising it. Now, who's going to enforce it? That I don't know. Not sure. Oh, I did miss a follow. Aeroflow, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so yeah, I do think there's a thing I want to build with Flu. What do they charge you for the sandbox? Okay, so containers. Here you go. So you can't use it on the free tier. It's included as part of the workers plan. Yeah, okay, so that starts to make sense. Yeah, no, I get it. Um, Cloudflare dynamic workers are pretty neat for LLM stuff too. Okay. Theoretically, there'd be better process isolation. Also, not needing to have Docker installed locally. I'm not saying it's like necessary. It was just something I was thinking about, like, especially when you're doing like benchmarking stuff. But you're not going to be fully isolated, so it's not even necessarily like an accurate thing. You could just throttle the CPU you give to your local Docker, and theoretically it shouldn't have any problems with like noisy neighbors and stuff, but I don't know. I was specifically thinking for like auto research kind of stuff, where you're like kicking off an auto research loop and it's running like benchmarks, but then you're still like working on the machine. So anything you're doing is actually potentially harming the validity of the benchmarks, right? I don't know for sure. I'm just thinking out loud. This is something I was just kind of like thinking about last night. Like, what would I want to build using Flu? And I was thinking auto research, but it's just not worth the cost, right? I'd rather, I've got my old Mac Mini. I'm gonna have my old MacBook when I get a new one. I can just farm stuff out to those and have CPU isolation as well, right? Yeah, right. Yep. I don't know. Yeah. For a bunch of these things that we're building, I'm coming up with the projects to use a specific tool rather than, you know, wanting to build the project and figuring out what tool I want to use. Because, like, I have ideas for days. You've seen my Trello board, right? You've seen how deep my Trello board of ideas and projects goes, yeah? Like, dude, open source projects I want to work on. And we haven't even added to this list in ages, right? Short list, which isn't that short. Ideas, man. Things that I think could be business viable. We haven't even touched looking at this stuff. But that's the idea. Like, I got ideas, I got stuff I want to build. At the moment, the things that we built were actually like in pursuit of trying to use some of these tools, like BMAD, like GSD. You know, similar to how I'm like looking at Flu. I'm trying to think of like what could I build to test out Flu. And yeah, this is my current thought of a thing I want to build with Flu. It's I'm really bad at like drawing. Let's try a new one of these. All right. So let's just make it blue. That is a good thickness. So the idea is I want to be able to take like a screenshot of a thing, right? Right? Like a web app or something, right? And I want to pass it through, right? Like I'll use a circle. Circle is the clanker, right? So we're going to pass that to the clanker. And then from there, right, the clanker is going to break it down and analyze the image and create a JSON blob. Yeah, I'm just going to talk through it. I'm bad at diagramming. I've always been bad at diagramming. The idea is I want to take an image, break it down into its parts, break that down into like coordinates of where these things are and the shape, right? So vector like paths and things for tracing stuff and whatever. Slice the image using those vector paths. And then you could like get automatic stuff where it's like, you ever seen those like product videos where it shows UI, but it like separates the layers, you know, for like the thing you want to focus on? Could you then like pass all of this like data that you extracted and the slices and images into a like a remotion bot? And then use remotion to like generate some of these like fancy bullshitty animations without having to do all that by hand. Right? And then still like using like maybe not even like slicing and doing the explode thing, but you would have the metadata of like, hey, I want to pan and move to blank and zoom in and show like the usage of it or something. And you could actually do it on like video at some point. So it's almost like the first step would be setting up an agent of some kind that does a single image, slices it, does all that stuff, gets the metadata, and then like polls you, right? Does a process of what is this? Give it a name. What is that? Give it a name, etc. And you could start naming these things, and then like when you're going to then prompt animations, zoom in on this thing. Type in, you know, like maybe it would be even better if this had some like context of like an actual like web application window. So it's like, yeah, type blank into there and do stuff. Or instead, maybe the other flow is like you already recorded the video, and then after we've done the image part, you pass the video into this thing, and it looks for when the image changes significantly and takes another snapshot, and then does like the smaller breakdown into like name the parts, blah, blah, blah. And then it would have like the snapshot or the timestamps of when they change, so that it could actually just like know when the thing's changing. It's a whole new context. What are we going to zoom in on? What are we zooming out of? Whatever. I don't know. I feel like there could be some really interesting like product video stuff that you could do with that. Because yes, I have coworkers who are definitely way ahead of me on like the generating of like product video stuff using Remotion or Replit. I have a coworker who calls it Replit. Replit instead of Replit, which is funny. But yeah, like they're all way ahead of me on like using Remotion and Replit to like generate fancy animations and like titling and stuff like that. But the hardest part is still like, well, yeah, they might be able to take that, but they still got to do stuff with like screenshots and showing the product. What could we do to make that better, right? It's a thing I've been like thinking about for a while. I still haven't necessarily like nailed down the idea, but I think there's something like there kind of close to that, right? I mean, not if I had any say. Nah, Replit basically like pivoted to being a glorified lovable at this point, if you didn't know that. It used to be really useful for what it was good at, and then it just started sucking way more. And yeah, I'm not a fan of like the owner of Replit, right? The guy just like fired someone. They started building their own thing and then like sued them into the ground to where they couldn't publish the tool they made, even though like they didn't take any source code. They just took their experience, right? And they were building their own like cloud sandbox tool, and then Replit just went and was a real dick about it. But that's the thing, right? Like you get sued by a big company, even if you're right. Can you afford to prove you're right? And most people can't. Unless you're my dad. I know people have heard this story. My dad's the man. He got sued by Belcore, defended himself, and won. Yep. All right. Well, let's try this a little more, right? We did that. We set it up. We're going to load Pi back up. And I at least want to like try this. But we're going to do it on a branch. And we're going to call it all right, refactor first pass. Sure. So now, let's try this Matt Pocock skill. Improve codebase architect. Or architecture. All right, so let's see what else it's doing. It has a thorough understanding, sure. Yep. I like the way they phrased it. The big problem. Benchmark ABC is defined in stash recovery, but 15 other benchmarks import it from gitbench.benchmarks.init, which has its own local import from stash recovery. So the benchmark class that 15 benchmarks use is the one defined inside stash recovery, which is absurd. That was the part that made me laugh. The entire base class of the entire benchmark system lives inside a specific benchmarks file. Also, there's a circular dependency. Init imports from that, but stash does not import from benchmarks. It defines the class locally. This is a hack that accidentally works. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Let me also check the remaining benchmark files quickly to see if the pattern is consistent. All right. Oh, so this is the actual, oh man, it has a bunch of stuff. All right. Architecture review. Yeah, benchmark ABC, right? Every benchmark duplicates identical boilerplate. Okay, so benchmark ABC is too thin. Okay. The run benchmark orchestrator lives in CLI. It should live in the harness. All right, so two large UI models or modules. Sorry. Yep, this is smart too. Yeah, pretty much all this is great. Yeah, this is pretty good. And hey, what's up, Unbuffed? How you doing? And yeah, what's up, Frank? And Frank, is there any reason you didn't want to like volunteer for the secret like project testing stuff? Right? Do you not use any of like those orchestration tools or anything? So yeah, no, that one's good. Ah, makes sense. Yeah, test files have extreme duplication. Yeah, no worries. Yes, test files have extreme duplication. Yep. What is it? Number one looks good so far. Yeah, I like B. I think B was a good idea. Minimal extraction first. Right, I want to do these like piecemeal. I don't necessarily want it to go all out because that's when it starts getting a little wonky, right? All right. So yeah, no, this is good. How are some of these things going? Okay, so we definitely messed up something on that one. Let's kick back to this one. What does ABC stand for in this context? And does this support a side? No, it doesn't. Yeah, this one's a bunch of junk. Yes, let's review story 5.1. Why not? Now, hold on. All right, so we'll add docs. All right, so the fix for this was handle circular dependency and misplaced. All right, so then let's kick this one off. And we're still pretty good on context. So yeah, boilerplate consolidation. I think all of the stuff it just told us about is pretty dead on balls accurate. It's an industry term. Oh, if you know that quote, your knees probably hurt when you wake up in the morning too. My parents would always misquote it as it's an hold on, it's I think they would say it's a technical term. But no, the actual quote is it's an industry term. You guys don't recognize the quote? All them Utes. I'm just doing more quotes from the movie. Oh, you. It's from My Cousin Vinny. Oh, Mr. Gambini. Approach the bench. "17 copies of the same 3 lines plus doc strings. The only variable is self.name, which the class already carries." Yep. All right, so here's the design question. To provide a default, the ABC needs to resolve the fixtures directory without relying on the subclass's file, since file in the ABC points to benchmark.py. 2 clean approaches. Use the project root or accept a fixtures root at construction. Now, I like B, right? So, yeah, each one is going to take a fixtures root file just in case we want it somewhere else. I don't see why we would, but I just consider, like, I prefer explicit over implicit any day of the week. All right, so that might take a little bit. We'll let that one just churn and burn. Yes, use that story file. Do it. All right, so we got those 2 things kind of like burning along. Yes, do the adversarial review. That one's totally fine. But here we are in the slop directory. Now, here's my next question. Git status, we're up to date. How'd we do in here? This is where we're going to turn loose Codex. Oh, wait, hold on. This is Jetstream Turbo, not Redis. And this is session 4. So this is the one we want to do with Codex. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? How are we doing today? Just recovering from our 2-day hangover. I'm kidding. I didn't even have a hangover. I did consume way too much tequila on Tuesday, though. But yeah, like, this is a very smooth tequila, right? This Lalo. Now, yes, we did consume, like, a little over a half liter. That's a little too much, but it was also, like, dude, it was like a 10-plus hour stream. So if we think about that, it's not a bad pace. Like, I've gotten myself in way more trouble at a way quicker pace. But yeah, how you doing, Canal? And what up, Fivel? But yeah, today we'll be taking it easy. Yesterday, I didn't even have one. I didn't have anything to drink yesterday. And it's not even that I was hungover. I just, you know, I don't always need it. We are going to have at least one today, though. Now, whether that's going to be whiskey or tequila, I don't know yet. I also have these, like, mezcal tasters that I wouldn't mind trying as well. Yeah, Caleb, I would say I don't want to have anything to do with a window when I'm that shit-faced. No way. No, thank you. Nah, I'm good. And then Subway Snacker. You just want to say that I was awesome in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Thanks. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's not the first time we've heard that. I am surprised. I don't necessarily see it that much myself, but when I was younger, it was definitely closer. But yeah, like that's why we have that emote. There's been another Linux vulnerability, so if this keeps up, you might start drinking again. Yikes. What's the vulnerability? Did Mythos find it? Can't be exploited remotely. That's good. So it's yeah, it's like a true escape or whatever. Maybe not a true escape, but like it's like a local user permissions issue, right? I forget the name of that. It's like role escalation or something like that. What's the name of that vulnerability type? Elevation? Is that the word I'm? Oh, it is escalation. Okay. And you might have said that, and my brain just missed it. Like you might have already said that as I was saying it. But yeah, yeah. Privilege escalation, I think. Something like that. Privilege. Yeah, not role escalation, privilege escalation. Cool. Yeah, just double check. Okay, so improve documentation. What we want to do is in the Rust code, we have some performance regressions in our CI CD. All right, so let's see if it can identify some stuff here. Nope, nope, nope. I was wrong. Dude, I'm getting rid of beads. Beads is garbo. Yes. Yeah, I would bet three-letter agencies might have even put stuff like that in there on purpose. Just like how they're constantly asking for backdoors into encryption. Oh, and hold on. I like read-only because the models will sometimes just go off on their own rather than think about or discuss the problem. Oh, is that Mailgun, dude? Yeah, I used to love Mailgun before they got bought by Cinch. But damn, this dude's followed by Mario. Shit. But yeah, no, that's a good comment. I like that. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just them being hyperbolic for effect, or that they never actually dealt with it. However, there. Oh, hold on. All right, sorry. Just wanted to respond to some of this. But yeah, like, dude, some people are just massively misunderstanding what is waterfall and what is just a little bit of planning, you know? And if you're going to say to the model, like, do not make any changes until we discuss it, that's just plan mode with extra steps, you know? So I just find that interesting. All right, so. Oop. Double check. Yeah, that was the work thing. Yeah, that was the work thing. All right. So I am removing agents.md and .beads because they are bullshit. Oh, and we'll do it separate. We do have a today command. If you're ever curious, I can dig a little more into it. Let me just like finish the thought real quick though, and let me get one of these churning and burning. I should have done that somewhere else, but whatever. All right, so now we should be able to hop into Codex. And that is the thing I like about pretty much every other harness besides Pi. I can just press up and get to the thing I had that I typed in the last session. That does really annoy me about Pi. But yeah, so this should be good, and we shouldn't need to worry about any of that BS. The code optimizer workflow? I don't think I'd heard of that. All right, so real quick, like the exact things we're doing. We are giving Matt Pocock's architecture thing a try over on our GitBench stuff. And it identified a bunch of really good feedback. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. So if you haven't seen Matt Pocock's like set of skills, he's got some interesting stuff here. And I've seen like a bunch of people like talking about it and, you know, hyping it up. And like realistically, dude, he even has this like grill me thing, right? Grill me and grill with docs. You know, like, yeah, totally, man. What's wrong with a little bit of planning? Just don't go overboard. But instead, the skill that I'm most interested in is improve codebase architecture. And it actually found a bunch of really good stuff, right? So number one, and this was the fun part. Let me just read it out loud for you. Oh, wait. No. Hold on. It was up here that it was even funnier. Yeah. The big problem, benchmark ABC is defined in stashrecovery.py, but 15 other benchmarks import it from getbench.benchmarks init, which has its own local import from getbench benchmarks stash recovery, blah, blah, blah. So the benchmark class that 15 benchmarks use is the one defined inside stashrecovery.py, which is absurd. The base class of the entire benchmark system lives inside a specific benchmarks file. Good job, GSD. Also, there's a circular dependency. Init.py imports from stash recovery, but stash recovery py does not import from benchmarks. It defines the class locally. This is a hack that accidentally works. So yeah, like, I don't know. It identified some good stuff. Yeah, hold on. Sorry, someone just responded. You know, doing the Twitter thing here. Let's do it, I guess. All right, so yeah, And I'm not being sarcastic about really smart. Like, I've seen some really smart people do that. Tanner Lindsley and Ryan Carniato have basically made like this point, and they are very smart, awesome devs. Like, they're fucking amazing. But it's like, dude, what is the difference between a plan mode and saying thoughts at the end of your like initial prompt? It's the same fucking thing. Like, dude, it's the same thing. Like, I don't know. It's just weird that they're like somehow these are totally separate. You know. Whatever. All right, so we just did this, right? The Matt Pocock skill, the architecture thing, identified some good stuff. Yep. And could we have prompted this ourselves? Yes, because that's all a skill is. It's just a predefined prompt. Most of the time. So yeah, right? We fixed this one, number 2. I think, yep. Every single thing it pointed out, I'm a fan of. So we're going to continue down that path. Yeah, I think that's the problem that people are talking about, though. Like, in general, those old plans just become noise, right? Right? Because you're going to drift away from those old plans pretty quickly. And have you like recorded why you diverged from that plan? You can actually confuse the agent because it sees the old plan and starts like reverting shit that you changed outside of it, right? And it's again still like a skill issue or something because we should have updated the plan. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? You're not always going to remember to do that. You mean from earlier in the day? But even then, even earlier in the day, that plan could have changed so much that it's just not relevant enough anymore, right? You know, how many like back and forths did you have after fixing things and deciding like, oh, you're right, what we planned actually wasn't that good and now we're fixing it. Did that make it back into the plan? If not, it might get referenced and realize like, oh, we diverged from the plan, let's get back to the plan, you know? So the key is like making sure the plan stays up to date. Not necessarily keeping absolutely everything from all time in context. I don't think you meant that necessarily either. That's kind of what like context 7 does, yeah? So I think there's a lot of like nuance to this because planning is such a like a vague description of all sorts of like processes around, you know, thinking through the problem first before you change stuff. Right? That's all I'm saying. But when other people hear plan, they think more than that, right? So maybe I'm using the wrong word. I don't know. I think in general, most like planning and context like that should be ephemeral, right? Like maybe like you don't even commit that. And maybe there's other stuff you do commit, but maybe it's like generated rather than something that can become stale. Right? You know how like comments become stale? Same idea. When instead, if that context could actually be generated, like from the actual source code, you just have more that you understand about it. You know, it's like why you want to make sure you're generating your open API specification instead of going in and modifying it by hand in one big doc, right? And if you could generate from actual source code rather than like doc blocks, that's even better. Right? Using like introspection. Reflection, that's the word I was looking for. Reflection. All right, record it. right, we are going to commit it. All right, and what were they calling it? Boilerplate consolidation. All right, so let me read what you write. So what you tend to find is the AI rarely finishes a plan. Yeah. It usually does half and then tries to stop, and often you review it after half to do other stuff, but it's good to easily be able to remember what the remaining steps should have been. Well, yeah. And I get that. I just think when it's not finishing the plan, that's actually like a loop you can kick off. And then once it's satisfied that it has actually completed the contract of the plan, right? That's like the whole Ralph loop thing. Once you've gotten to that point, then the plan maybe isn't that useful. Or at least like evaluate it and then decide what to do next in like a smaller context, or condense it, right? Compact it down to like, okay, we did all this, we have the plan, we've got it done, now it's just the small bit and what else we need to do. But I almost think like it should never be committed. Right? To me, it's like the context you keep in your head when you're like developing a feature back in caveman coding days. It's like the notes you might take doing some discovery for a bug fix or whatever. Right? It's like the thing that lives in your head while you're building it. Well, not everyone, but that is definitely a thing. People do commit their plans. Yep. Like BMAD, right? There's like entire frameworks around this stuff, and I understand how some people are pushing back and saying like, well, yeah, BMAD is an anti-pattern. I still think it's kind of interesting. My favorite part about BMAD is it was great for like the positioning. Like it's almost like, okay, we're going to start something from scratch. Sure. What do we want to build? And then it's like, okay, cool. Let's go research what exists in this space and what you want to do different and blah, blah. And like, there's an entire like set of skills around that are really cool. I think I found it less useful when it started getting into like the story mode stuff. Right? Like when you're just like iterating on a single story, which is what we're doing over here with cuneiform right now. Now, that said, because we did define this up front, we're good. And this is definitely a slop code base. I haven't looked at any of the code for cuneiform yet. I want to get it through to the end of whatever planning we did. See what it does, see how bad it is, because this was the first like big project orchestrator thing, right? The planning, the sprints, the tasks, the milestones, blah blah blah. That was the first one I messed with, just like because I figured I kind of wanted something like that, especially like greenfielding. And I still think I'm going to have a lot of value in those, but as we start getting to implementation, maybe it's less useful. But it's more like this is like a prototype, but BMAD made it way more than a prototype at this point. So there's like maybe GSD, right? Get shit done, especially like GSD 2 is better for some of these let's prove out the prototype and see if we like it kind of thing. And Canal. Yeah, but people do it. People do it. And I think if that is what people are complaining about, then yeah, totally. I completely get that. The way I like to think about it is like, it seems like people are pushing back on like waterfall and like developing every single spec up front first. Yeah, I totally get that. But also, you can't go into an entirely greenfield project without defining at least the first few epics, right? Like you just can't do that. Like in proper agile as well. Like there's a clear set of like this is the baseline of what we need in this project. Once you got that, well then yeah, it goes into let's just solve the problems that we have prioritized for this sprint, blah blah blah. But every project still has like a set of predefined like acceptance criteria, like deliverables, etc. And that has to be documented somewhere, and that's basically what BMAD and some of these bigger planning tools are doing. What if you're doing Wagile? I mean, technically, nobody does proper Agile anyway. Everyone's just doing regular Wagile. Right? If you have a very clear release date defined months ahead, yeah, you're doing waterfall with Agile semantics. Right? That's a separate thing. Well, no, we gotta have it deployed by this date because marketing said we would. But yeah, how you doing, Nullet? And I'm not just like hallucinating this, right? Your name used to be Mullet Dev, right? And then you changed it to Nullet Dev? Or have I been misreading that my entire life? Because I could have sworn it used to be Mullet Dev. But now I'm doubting myself. If it's been Nullet Dev this entire time, I have definitely been reading it wrong. Yeah. It's the Nandela effect. Okay, you did change it? All right. Dude, that was going to blow my fucking mind. Okay? That was going to blow my fucking mind. I'm glad you didn't just go along with it just to like to fuck with my head. All right. We at least want to commit what we got here. Oh, I think. Oh, I did spell it. Okay, yeah, I thought I spelled stuff wrong. I said Nandela effect as a joke, as like a play on words. I thought it was actually pretty good. So, Mullet Dev is off to create an entirely new account just to lock that one down. Or you could rename yourself if you wanted. Like, you could rename this account. Depends on how recently you just did your rename, actually. I think you can do it once every 90 days. Keep an eye out. There you go. Yeah, I just came up with that off the top of my head. I'm just that good. Real quick, let me go get some more water and let me use the restroom. Yes, this tea went right through me. And we are getting to 5 p.m. I can hop into a beverage. I'm not sure what beverage yet. But yeah, I do have to use the restroom, so give me just a second. Toasty! Just did the restroom. Let me just pour the water. BRB. Alrighty.
This is medieval time!
And I'm back. Hey. So yeah, should we do some more of that delicious tequila? Should we do whiskey? Should I try one of these artisanal mezcals? I think we try mezcal, right? I kind of meant to try this the other day. I don't know what the difference is between them. But yeah, we're not going crazy, so I'm not too worried about switching it up. So we got a quiche, a tabala, and a hoven. Oh, it's like okay, so they're all milled the same way. They're all done in wooden tubs, copper pot still, volcanic earth pit. Sure. Only thing that's different is like where it comes from. I don't know. It was at Costco. I figured I'd give it a shot. Compare each. I, yeah, I don't have any shot glasses or anything. We'll do them like one after another. How about that? Sure, why not? So then I guess you've never tried mezcal? Yeah, it's mainly like mezcal is to tequila as scotch is to whiskey. Right? So it's like it's got like typically like more of like a peaty flavor to it. Or I don't know, maybe it's not peat when it's mezcal. But yeah, it's got like that smokiness. I think it's actually like literally closer to like smokiness. But it's just fermented agave, just like tequila, right? We'll give it a taste. Like I'm not the biggest mezcal fan. All right, so that's a good ounce and a half pour, and I believe it's a 40%, right? Yeah, I think it's 80 proof. It's definitely got like a strong like tequila style smell to it. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. We're gonna water it down and see how that goes. And again, we're not going too ham today because I got work to do. And I am trying to cut down. All right, so how is it with a lot of water in it? That's how you really get the flavor. Yeah, that's better than a bunch of whiskeys I've had, like where I water them down. All right, so let's get more music going. There is a new EP from that artist. It's only 5 songs, but we haven't heard it yet. No, it's really uncommon. I just don't like drinking straight whiskey that much. And when you do water these things down, you get like way more of a like an insight into like the subtle like flavors of it. I don't know. Like in general, even with like scotch, even like fancy scotch snobs, if you're at a fancy like scotch bar, they will have like water droplets that you can like drip in, right? Because adding the water like opens up the flavor or something like that. A whole shitload of water actually does the same thing, but it dilutes it, but you actually get to like let it sit. You get to actually like find those like nuances, the things that make a whiskey different from another whiskey instead of it just being fire water, you know? But yeah, adding drops to whiskey or scotch is definitely a thing, but in general, if fancy scotch snobs saw me watering down my whiskey as much as I do, they would be pissed. You're not gonna drink it as fast watered down? Ooh, I don't know about that. No. Let me put it this way. Uh I used to go into this bar in Seattle, Belltown Pizza, back when it was like owned by the good owner. I think his name was Jimmy or something. Cool dude. I used to have friends that worked there, and yeah. When he sold it to some people that sucked, and then I think they sold it to someone who's cool. Or it was just that the person who ended up buying it was doing like a split thing, and the one person just left, and now it's just one person running it. And I think the person that owns Belltown Pizza now already owned like Char Bar or something like that. Like I could be wrong. Anyway, I used to frequent Belltown Pizza because it was a solid slice of pizza, and it was like right there. Like I would always be able to find parking, so it's not as bad as like Capitol Hill. And it was a decent slice of pizza, at least back then. And then the pizza got really bad. Like the pizza, at least for a time, was just like so cheese heavy. Maybe you like that, but nah, man, it's just ugh. But anyway, I would be hanging out there after meetups and things, and the bartender from across the street, right? Because like you can't be on camera drinking at the bar you work at. You just can't do that. So the bartender from across the street at the Cyclops would mosey over to Belltown Pizza. He would get a double and dump water in it. Oh, whole thing down in one. Like, dude. And it was like, dude, he was basically doing that. Right? A double and like a well poured double. And then he'd water it down like halfway and just gone. Like just boom. And he'd do that multiple times a shift. It was funny. But he doesn't work there anymore. I wonder why. I wonder why. And then, hold on. Ty Sweezy. Yeah, whiskey and Coke is fine. Yeah, whiskey and Coke is delicious. And honestly, if you have like a whiskey you like, and you get a different whiskey in Coca-Cola, you can absolutely tell the fucking difference. Like, it's insane to me that people think, oh, it's in Coca-Cola, you're not going to be able to appreciate the flavor. Bullshit. You give me 2 different whiskeys, and I can tell you if they're 2 different whiskeys or not. Will I be able to predict which one is which? Only for a couple. Now, I could probably tell you if it was like wine cask finished or not, because there's something really like explicit about a wine cask finished whiskey versus like a typical bourbon. The Costco brand whiskeys. Yeah. I mean, it's not even necessarily that, but yeah. Like I've gotten Willet before. That's a wine cask finished whiskey, and it's fine. But there's always just like a thing to them that's a little weird. And then there's stuff that's like Basil Hayden. Dude, Basil Hayden is like it's like a glorified rye at that point. Like, dude, it is so bready. It's insane how bready Basil Hayden is. Like, it's like, dude, it's gnarly. Like, I've had ryes that didn't taste as bready as a Basil Hayden. Like, it's weird. Like, I've had double ryes that weren't as bready as a Basil Hayden. So, yeah, I don't know. You can notice these flavors in a mixer or without. Like, you know. But it's about, like, caring. You know? Thinking about it. Not just drinking to get shit-faced. I will say, the watered-down mezcal. Yeah, it's, like, not too smoky. No, that's not bad. You did in part, and then you did, and then you didn't. And what do you mean by that? It's very obvious this is LLM written. I would highly recommend that you put care into your documentation a little bit. I know I'm messing that up in a couple things I'm doing, but I don't know. Right, at least this is a good use of this. And again, I'm not trying to roast him. Jason Langsdorff's a good dude. But it's like, hold on. Where is it? Wait, what? Well, now I don't even know where it went. Nah, he just... Oh, this right here. I don't even think this is a proper use of an M dash. Right? Like, that should have just been a period. Those are two separate sentences. Why run on sentence up the sentence? Why not just have two separate sentences? Like, it's weird when people claim that, like, they're really into writing, and it's like, no, this is actually bad writing, right? That should be a period. This should be its own new sentence, and you don't need the comma. We can, or blank. Like, that's a full, complete sentence. The M dash is not necessary, right? I guess I misunderstand. I've never written an M dash in my entire fucking life. I've never read any good book that used them either. You'll never see it in a Douglas Adams book. You'll never see it in Kurt Vonnegut writing, you know? Is it just like people doing like science shit that want to just feel better? Like, I don't know. Pretty much any time you're doing an M dash, I think there's a better way to convey what you're saying. In my opinion. book editors. Well, I mean, here's what I'm saying though. Like book editors, tell me like a novel you've read that actually used them, that was good, like a good novel. You thought they were just a sign of AI written paragraphs. No, you get people like Jason who's like, well, no, I'm really into writing, and he's a nice guy. I'm not trying to roast him, but there's no way that's a correct use of an M dash, right? It's just a run-on sentence. No, I get that unbuffed. That's fine. It's just, I don't know. I enjoy the act of writing. Like, I thoroughly enjoy the act of writing. I don't want something to take that away from me, but I have strong opinions about what good writing is. And I think my strong opinions about what good writing is lines up more with, like, fucking, yeah, Kurt Vonnegut, Douglas Adams, oh, dude. Who's the old guy, right? Not Jack Kerouac, but like same era. Why am I spacing on his name right now? He was played by Corey Stoll in Midnight in Paris. He's like the great American writer. Not Mark Twain. Hold on. Midnight in Paris. Hemingway. Thank you. Hemingway. Yes, I was thinking of Hemingway, and there's this quote that I don't even know if this is like a true quote, right? But no subject is terrible if the story is true, if the prose is clean and honest, and if it affirms the courage and it affirms courage and grace under pressure. Sure, that sounds to me like something Hemingway would have written, right? Find an M dash in Hemingway, right? Tell me you found an M dash in Hemingway's writing. It seems to me that he would have pushed back on that as like too much of like an intellectual elite thing. And I'm not saying like, no, it's wrong to be intellectual. I'm saying like, no, don't use it just to like be extra technical, you know? But what up, certainly not. And yeah, you were just reading it. Hell yeah. So when I'm using for a quote, like said by, is that like is that the right time to use an M dash? I feel like I've seen just hyphens get used for those. I didn't realize an M dash that was the right case for an M dash. I could see that. But I like, is that the right way? I thought an M dash was basically like a placeholder for what you would use like a colon for. Right? It's almost like when both of, well, no, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I really don't know what the proper use case of an M dash is, and I've never needed it. Right? A period and a new sentence is far more readable, you know? But maybe that's just, I don't know, something I've come to like bias myself on from just the stuff I like to read. Like let me put it this way. I don't remember reading a novel that has had it. Even then, like a semicolon? No, I've never written a single sentence that needed a semicolon. It's just a new sentence. Just start a new sentence. Right? Like, come on. Now, a colon, right? To preface a list of things? Sure. No, and I get it. It makes sense. Like a colon has a very clear case. You do the thing, and then you're like prefacing that you're going to list some stuff out. I think there are ways to write without using colons too. And I would say most of the time it's actually better to write without a colon as well. But yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. And then hold on. No, this. To separate your new idea more. So em dashes are used for extra or side information, but are more emphatic than commas or parentheses. Okay, so I could see that, but going back to this then, right? No offense, Jason Langstor. If that is the definition, this is an absolutely poor use of an em dash then, right? It's not a side thing. It's a continuation of the thought before it, not an aside. And it's like a clear, like, step-by-step message being conveyed. Like, it's just two sentences. And this comma is not necessary if it's two sentences. Like, this just strikes me as just bad writing. Or not bad, but just like, I don't know. But again, Jason's cool. I'm not trying to be a dick. I consider this poor writing. Yeah, absolutely unnecessary. And it's basically a run-on sentence because of it. Yeah, in that case, yeah, get rid of the em dash, make it a period, get rid of that comma, and boom, you just have two separate sentences. It's actually really easy. Yeah, I don't know. But his excuse was he studied writing and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't think you studied hard enough. But whatever. Whatever. Yeah, let's continue going. Let's get more music kicking. And yeah, like, I don't obey all writing rules. Like, oh, starting a sentence off with but or and, like, I'll do that sometimes. I'll totally start a sentence off with and. Like, dude, it's about, like, are you being understood? And at that point, does the em dash matter either? No. As long as you're being understood, that's the most important part. I just think sometimes the M dash actually makes it harder to read and less understandable. And also, it feels like it's written by AI just because AI overuses it too. But now people are pushing back and using it on purpose just because they want to like reclaim it from AI or some shit. But yeah, right here. I would have used a colon right there. This is probably the correct way to do that because this is not a complete sentence without it. The real tell of AI work is M dash. I don't know about that because there are humans that are intentionally using it now and they're upset that AI took it away from them. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, N dash. The fuck is an N dash? Is it like the even longer M dash? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know the difference. And yeah, for a non-English speaker perspective, or from a non-English speaking perspective, you don't get it. Colons and dots are enough. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, it's like halfway between a hyphen and an M dash? Oh, okay. Yeah, a human would just use a hyphen. For sure. All right, so let's continue doing what we are doing. All right, so BMAD, what we want to do is the retrospective, I think. Yeah, let's try it. It is super slow, brainless. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yep. Yep. All right, hold on. Let me check on my billing real quick because I do have a bunch of shit going right now. We're only at 7% from Olama, so that's fine. We haven't even used Minimax yet today. Okay, now I remembered why I like BMAD so much compared to like other planning tools. It allows you to define your name. That right there is worth it. Yep. No, that's it. I want to be addressed as Mr. Sir. Exactly. Mr. Sir. All right, let's fix our posture. All right, and then let's double check some of this. You have a friend that calls you that, but in Spanish? Senor Mister? That's fun. No, see, they're making a Mr. Mister reference because they really like that song Broken Wings. Boom, boom, ba boom. Boom, boom, ba boom. Baby, it's all I know. I actually really like that song. All right, so while that's kicking, how's cuneiform? This is definitely role playing right now. Oh shit. Okay. List the files of the repo. What local model are you running, Brainless? How heavily am I planning to use BMAD or GSD in my other projects? I think maybe there's a couple more like greenfielding tools I want to try. I'm not entirely certain yet. Quen 3 coder. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. My next plan is to use OpenSpec on the thing where GSD just failed out and we gave up on it, right? So GSD, I think the fact that there's like a natural progression of like, yeah, GSD is eventually gonna like start eating its own tail. At that point, switching to OpenSpec makes a lot of sense. So I will probably continue to do like an initial like planning and scaffolding step with one of those kind of tools. I think I really liked BMAD for the research phase. Like some of the stuff it came up with in planning like our form tool was something I was not thinking, but as like we discussed and decided what we wanted to do, oh shit. Okay, and I wouldn't have come up with that otherwise. So yeah, as far as like brainstorming and setting up like the initial documentation for the future, I do kind of like that. Wait, who did I write? I wrote him an email or an issue? It must have been an issue. A comment? Like Twitter? Is there a repo of all my projects? Like one with all of them in it? No. But a lot of my stuff is online. Yeah, just go to my GitHub. I'm CM Griffing on GitHub. That's easy. It's not all of my projects because I have organizations, but anything that's public you can find. Go for it. Where did I leave the comment? Yeah, I don't remember that part. And yeah, have I thought about or thought at all about how I want to learn a new language or framework in the age of AI? No. Didn't cross my mind. If I want to learn a new framework or language, I'm going to build stuff first without AI. Like if I wanted to use Zig or something. Now, let me put it this way. I haven't put much thought into it. My current assumption is that I would just do what I've always done. All right, like how would I develop a taste for what I like or don't like about a language if I haven't actually written it? And that's what you really need. One to 2 a.m.? We finished up at like midnight, didn't we? But okay, I get it. Close enough to 1 probably. Oh, I ended stream right after. Okay, yeah, that might have been close to 1. Did I tweet it? Oh, and yeah. Yeah, so I deleted that. I think I wanted to delete that too. I think it was harsh. Yeah, so I didn't do it there, did I? Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's lost to the ether. Did I actually submit it? Is it one of those things where I started typing it out and I gave up because I was over it? It sounds like a me thing. Oh, yeah, I'm starting to get a Linux copy fail vulnerability, like messages from Vulture and stuff. That's fun. I thought that was that one. Isn't it? Isn't it the copy fail? Or is there like a newer one? Oh, I'm talking about last week's. Keep up. Gotcha. Never mind. Well, Vulture's just that slow to respond. Dirty frag. See, I thought you were just talking shit. I thought you were just calling me a name. Okay. What does being German have to do with it? Would it be a bad comment if it was Belgian? That's a terrible joke, by the way. I get it if basically everyone leaves chat at this point. I get it. That's my fault. All right, so yeah. There you go. All right, so this is a part of BMAD that I don't think we've actually done yet. All right, like the whole retro or whatever. This is our first retro. Good time to start the habit. Oh, they're just doing like a full-on conversation. This is full-on cosplay. This is full-on role-playing. And yeah, who the F is Alice? She's in Wonderland, obviously. Damn, outsourced devs in Wonderland. Taking our jobs. I'm kidding, by the way. Take it easy. Am I training models? No, I'm not. No, this is just some like roleplay BS that BMAD puts us through for a retrospective. They define a bunch of like roles and like bullshit. It's our first time doing it. We'll see if it has any value. I think this is a bit of just like theater. But I don't know. Worth checking out. All right, so we added a bunch of tests. Cool. So, Alice, what is it you say you do here? Or no, hold on. No, it is Alice. Yeah, it is Alice, the product owner. Yeah. So, Alice, what is it you would say you do here? Well, I take the spec from the client and I bring it to the engineers. Couldn't the client just give the spec to the engineers? Well, yeah, but engineers don't have people skills. I'm a people person. What is wrong with you people? Yeah, exactly. We messed up. We had to ask Alice. God, what is the quote? Ask Alice what the something said. Damn it. What the Dormouse said. That's it. What is this called again? The tool we're using right now is called BMAD. It's like an agile development framework. I find it really useful for, like, the thing I like the most about it is the initial research phase. Like, hey man, I want to spin up a software as a service with a goal. And then it's like, ooh, yeah, all right, let me research what's out there. And let me offer some suggestions and what should it do and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Honestly, that entire, like, research phase was really nice. Like, it went and did, like, actual, like, searches on Google and shit. And yeah, it was awesome, man. And it came up with features that I would not have thought of. Now, that said, as we're going through this, like, flow of, all right, BMAD create story, BMAD dev story, switch model, BMAD review story, go through the review 5 or 6 times, do the next story with, you know, the other model again. That is a bit of rigmarole, in my opinion. I would prefer if that did some GSD stuff where it was, like, automated more. Like, where you could just, like, kick it off and come back. But as we're seeing with the GMAD stuff, some of the code that was written using GSD was absolute fucking garbage. And yeah, exactly. It's theater. "100% completion is excellent, but 75 plus review findings across 4 stories? That number is concerning." Charlie, the senior dev. "I'm more interested in the review intensity. 4 review groups on 5.1 alone means the initial implementation was way off." Dana, the QA engineer. "0 production incidents, at least, though we haven't actually deployed to production yet, have we?" Epic 5, Story 1. Yeah, most of the retrospectives I've been in were more about, like, what went well, what could we do better, and what needs to be changed or something, right? Like, I don't know. It's like those 3 things, and most of the time people don't say shit. The retro goes so fast that we hop straight into planning for the next sprint immediately. And if you're in the office, someone's got some colored Post-it notes right now that they're lining up and getting ready. Sorry, Post-it notes of color. So our focus today, learning from Epic 5 execution, ground rules, psychological safety first. No blame, no judgment. We focus on systems and processes, not individuals. Everyone's voice matters. Specific examples are better than generalizations. And everything shared here stays in this room. Exactly, Mr. Sir. Exactly. Mr. Sir, any questions before we dive in? When's lunch? Charlie, the senior dev, glancing at the clock. Priorities. I like it. See? Me and Chuck, we get along. Alice, the product owner. We just sat down. Amelia, the dev. Fair question, but let's earn it first. We've got 75 plus review findings to unpack. I know, right? Whoever that was that tried to connect. Let me just do that real quick. If they're watching. What is that product? Revo. Oh, that's a cool one. Okay. Definitely AI written overview of the company, but whatever. Huh. Seems interesting. All right, let's continue. So, let's start with the good stuff. What went well in Epic 5? And hey, Crispy Nugs, thank you for the follow. Alice chimes in, I'll start. We delivered all 4 stories, the sovereign parody model, the whole reason Form Vortex exists, beyond being yet another form backend, is now real. Right? Users, I'm gonna stop doing the voices. Too much work. Users can deploy to their own Cloudflare account, migrate their data. We haven't verified any of that yet. Oh. When's lunch? Yeah. All right. So then senior dev, I'll add to that. The ownership check extraction in 5.1 was a genuine win. 3 endpoints had duplicated 90 lines of ownership logic, and we pulled it into a single shared helper. That's the kind of architecture discipline that pays off story after story. Dana, the QA engineer, chimes in. Test growth was solid. Backend went from 406 to 476. Plus, each story added real test coverage, not just ceremony. The import service alone got 23 unit tests. So then, Elena, you got to speak up. I didn't even know you were in this meeting. She says, the cross-story awareness was better this epic. Story 5.2 explicitly listed review findings from 5.1 to apply here. Things like Valabot validation, atomic sovereignty checks, or sovereignty checks. Sovereignty. There we go. Wait until for background work. Someone was actually paying attention to what went wrong before. And the export-import archive format was well-defined up front. The HMAC signing with Web Crypto API was clean. Having a stable contract between 5.2 and 5.3 prevented integration hell. Mr. Sir, what stood out to you as going well in this epic? There you go. Catered lunch last week was epic. The brisket was indeed top tier. But I think Amelia's asking about the code, not the catering. Oh, I wouldn't say no to that being a recurring retro tradition. Noted. Now let's talk about challenges. Where did we struggle? What slowed us down? So yeah, this is just fun. Like, I'm not necessarily like looking to have any feedback. This is just nice as like a recap of what happened. Would I expect anyone to actually do this? I don't think so. Dairy. Ooh. Charlie, the senior dev. Hold up there, Junior. 5.1 was a complex story, touching Cloudflare APIs, Wrangler, D1 provisioning, worker uploads, secret sync. It's not like we're building a CRUD endpoint. No, that's actually just life at a bad software factory. It's what Cloudflare is going to feel like next week when all the interns take the place of the people they just laid off. Boom, roasted. Well, damn, Chris, now you'll never get a job at Cloudflare. It's okay. They don't hire developer advocates anymore. It's fine. All right, so, but Charlie, that's exactly the problem. The spec was clear about what needed to happen. Why did it take 4 review passes to get to actual provisioning? Because the initial implementation pattern was ship the API shape first, wire up real logic later. The stub was intentional. Validate the endpoints and UI before doing heavy Cloudflare API integration. The problem is that pattern showed up everywhere. Story 5.1 had stub provisioning. Story 5.3 had a merge strategy that contradicted the spec. Story 5.4 had the terminal calling use sovereign deployment logs in 2 places, creating double SSE connections. Wait, why the fuck are we using SSE? Fucking hate SSE. I should start doing the voices more. That'd be way better. Right? Creating double SSE connections. The pattern isn't ship API shape first, it's ship something that looks done but isn't. Charlie, the senior dev, heat rising. Damn, this is almost like... Damn, this is getting juicy. I need to get some popcorn or something. Oh, this is some drama, man. This is some drama. That's not fair. The double SSE connection in 5.4 was a legitimate bug, but the stub approach in 5.1 was a conscious trade-off. Yeah. Mr. Sir gets up and he grabs the brisket that he was watching get delivered and set up. This is a retro with coding agents. Exactly, Tony. Yeah, we're using a cool tool called BMAD. This is the first time we've actually run the retro, so this is kind of fun. So we're using a bunch of agents and like personas to do the dev. In general, like not necessarily personas. We're using the skills that are set up from this thing, and they do a bunch of that like role play stuff in the skills too. You're an expert test architect and blah, blah, like that bullshit. The stuff that's measured to not actually do anything. But in this case, It actually feels like it's doing a lot because this feels like a meeting I've been in. This feels exactly like a meeting I have actually been in. It like, and yes, I was Charlie. Well, why did that bug regress? Because we need to educate the rest of our team on how to do merge conflicts properly. As I look over at the junior. Yes, that was a meeting I was in. But yeah, so BMAD is this tool. The big flow is more like you do an initial planning phase and it starts specking out like epics and stories and stuff for those epics. And then you actually start like deving those epics using a create story task, a dev story task, and then using a separate model, a code review task. And that like core loop is huge. This part is massively optional, but it's a good way of maybe me, the consumer, and the person orchestrating all this shit to actually see what actually happened rather than just reading the story files and assuming that all that happened, right? So it's kind of nifty and interesting that way. Amelia, developer, intervening calmly. Let's take a breath here. This is exactly the kind of thing we need to unpack. Elena, you mentioned the review volume was brutal. Charlie, you're saying complex stories need phased implementation. Dana, you're saying the looks done but isn't pattern was risky. Amelia chimes in. Mr. Sir, you have visibility across the whole project. What's your take on this? Was the stub first approach a legitimate strategy, or did it create more rework than it saved? When are we getting a Twitch integration? Hold on. Oh, it's good brisket. You guys should get it while it's warm. Okay. I liked the stub approach. I just think maybe we could have split the story up into smaller tasks better. But I don't know. All right, let's get more music going while it's going. Do we want something crunchy or chill, music-wise? What do y'all think? I'm not bored of this album yet. Let's do some crunchy. All right, so then, yeah. Charlie, the senior dev, visibly relieved. Thank you. That's what I've been trying to say. It wasn't laziness, it was sequencing. I'm more polite when conversing with AI than with real people? I'm not. Like, come on, take it easy. I'm pretty damn personable, actually, in person. You're talking about when I roast people here on Twitch, and some people just need fucking roasting, okay? I'm doing a service. Some people need to be roasted. But no, I do agree. You're right. I have rough edges, and when I perceive someone as being trolly, I may be perceiving that way stronger than they are. But you gotta recognize I have some really fucking dedicated trolls, too. right? I have some really dedicated trolls. Now, is it because I acknowledge them and give them exactly what they want? Well, yeah, I don't want to ignore people in my chat. That's not fun. You know? The chat doesn't move fast enough to where I could just, like, ignore someone on purpose while making it seem like an accident. You know? And you know some streamers do that shit. Prime's chat doesn't move that fast. If he's never responded to your comments, there's a reason. I think same with Theo, too. But yes, no, you're right. You're right. And it's actually been one of the biggest criticisms I've seen in, like, the troll Discord that they used to have. If y'all didn't know, there was, like, one streamer's Discord where, like, the majority of my dedicated trolls would actually congregate. And even one of the people had a really good point. I tend to keep people at arm's length on stream, especially. Right? Like, I keep people at a distance for a while until they've proven themselves to not be a troll. And that's a me problem. I stream too much. But I'd rather keep streaming too much and have the defense mechanisms that I use, if that makes sense. The worst thing would be I don't do that and I burn the fuck out. You know? Like, seriously, just think about that. Think about how many streamers you've seen in this category. Think even like 3 or 4 years ago. And how many are still streaming? That burnout is a major thing. And I think not most, there's a couple factors to that. Number one, people think they're going to just fucking blow up and they're going to be the next Primogen. Okay, good luck. Number two, they're too nice. They put up with chatters that they would actually never put up with and hang out with in person. They have to convince themselves to click that go live button instead of looking forward to it every day. You're doing that now, James? Okay. Yeah, whatever level you guys get to, just let me know, and I'll level another character to about that point, too. Let me know what characters you guys pick as well, and I'll pick the odd one out. I kind of assumed that Worm would probably pick Paladin. But I could be wrong. Am I right? Did I nail it? He's checking now. Got it. Yeah, I'm down with either of the other two. Yes, the PoE2 announcement, but yes, the next PoE2 league isn't until like the end of the month. So there's a good solid 3 weeks in which like me, James, and Worm can just like burn down some fucking Diablo. Yeah. The new PoE2 season, but I believe part of the goal is that they want to make the end even better. They're probably gonna have a new mechanic. Yeah. And D4 is pretty good right now. I'm liking it. Yeah. I do still think I prefer PoE2. But there are definitely like there's things I like about both, you know? Like they're two separate games. Dude, the story and the animations and like the voice acting and all that shit and like the cutscenes, like dude, Diablo nails it on that front. Which they've always been at the forefront when it comes to cutscenes. Like anyone remember like the Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 cutscenes compared to like other graphics out at the time? Holy shit, dude, they were so good. All right. But yeah, just let me know what you guys end up picking, and yeah, I'll start hammering that shit out. Yeah, just being able to dodge roll with like no cooldown. Like holy shit, man, the cooldown on the dodge is really annoying in Diablo. And I'm sure there's some like uniques and legendaries that like lower that, which would then be really useful. That's going to be my guess. There's got to be some unique or something that gives you like a 0 cooldown dash. Now, what character would have that? I don't fucking know. But maybe the point is like, well, no, they don't do that for a character. But instead, like some characters have like just like all mobility skills or something. I could see that being interesting. Somebody. I actually really like that song. I like a bunch of that other guy's stuff too. Yeah, Godier is actually great. I forget what his like real name is. It's like Woterd something or other. I forget what his last name is. I love the fact that he just like collected that paycheck from that song and then just started like making fun music with other artists. Like, dude, he's got enough to just live his life. Huge respect for that dude. Yeah. Yeah, I used to know his name. Exactly. But no, like he also has like a big history in like the old like MySpace music scene too. Which is why I have a huge bit of respect for something Mouse? Dead Mouse. I have huge respect for Dead Mouse too. Like he came up in that like MySpace music scene too. I think there's something really cool about it. Hearts a Mess. Hearts a Mess is my favorite. Yeah, for sure. And the music video, right? It's the one where he's like on the small planet with his super long legs, like walking around it, right? Yeah, dude, that one's super fucking good. I love that song. I think that's my favorite song by him. And like the drums, like boom, ding, 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 boom, ding. Like, it's so good. I really like that song. I sing that song in the car. Even some of the other songs off of that one album, though, right? Like the album that had the famous song on it. There's that song like Sound of the Future or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. Like it's on my like snowboarding mix and it's in my car mix too. I don't remember the name of it, but yeah. No, there's a bunch of shit. That guy's great, man. Okay, so yeah, right. I made a good point about task decomposition. Story 5.1 had 6 tasks with 26 subtasks. If real provisioning was task-sized work, why was it buried inside a stub everything first pass? All right, so the story file was massive. Implementation guide was 400 plus lines of patterns, API specs, file structure, edge cases. Maybe the volume of context made it hard to see what would ship first versus later. Okay. So race conditions and atomicity. What is a top 2 race? Time of check to time of use. Oh. Missing try catch on a JSON parse. Yep. Yep. Action points? You mean story points? Oh, I gotcha. Um, I think it's action items is like the term I've heard before, but yeah, I get you. Nope. 3 action items, 1 debt item, and 3 team arrangements. Does that work for me? What are the action items again? Yeah, API shape and real implementation could be separate tasks. That'll reduce merge conflicts. We don't have any, right? But still. Yeah, Charlie. I can own action item 1. Should be quick. Patterns are fresh. Dana, I'll take the code review checklist. It's basically formalizing what I already look for. Lena, the team agreement about listing review findings as a checklist, that's the one that would have saved me on the hard-coded HMAC fallback in 5.2. I read the dev notes section, but I didn't check it. And then Amelia, Mr. Sir, this is 3 action items, blah, blah. Does that work? Sure. I'm easy. Whatever. I'm not paying y'all. Y'all are interns. You know that, right? Instead of developer, it should be intern, senior intern, and junior intern. Oh, hold on. Someone I've been engaging with on Twitter recently. High code previews. Yeah, let me just do this. Whatever. Oh, wrong thing. I want to see what he's looking at, but I want to look at it with hold on. When I got a question, how do you pronounce this last name? Anyone that's familiar? Liang? Right? Like, the way I'd, like, rationalize it in my head would be to, like, think about saying that. Or is it actually, like, closer to, like, long? Or even, like another, like, vowel in the middle? I'm curious about that. But anyway, he has this thing that he announced that seems kind of cool. Wormwent Spiritborn, you're going Paladin. Interesting. Okay. I would not have put that way, but all right. That's good, because I was hoping to go Warlock. So it all worked out. Perfect. I just didn't want to, like... I didn't want to influence you guys at all. I was actually really hoping to go Warlock, so perfect. Yeah, that's great. I would have gone Spiritborn and been happy about it too. But yeah, no, this is awesome, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to gaming with y'all. I could probably do something on Sunday if you guys got time. And any time on Sunday, basically. I have all day on Sunday. If that doesn't work for you guys, I totally get it. Like, just throwing it out there. Throw it on back. I do have Seattle JS next week, next Wednesday. So we want to figure out like a Tuesday or a Thursday thing. But yeah, so basically it's like a show hide thing. Got it. So you can actually collapse down some of these like tool call things. I like this. This is nice. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah. So where's the link? Let's check it out. And hold on. Yeah, this seems really cool. So yeah, syntax highlighted previews for Pi's built-in tool calls. So that's, see, it's not just the hiding, it's just syntax highlighting too. Rather than, I don't know, we're not going to see it on this. But yeah. Okay. No, that's awesome. Yeah, this is nifty. Let me give you all the link for that if you want to add it into your Pi config. Oy. And man, I am wearing my, hold on, let me show it off. I'm wearing my Chain React t-shirt today. Chain React is actually happening in Portland again this year. They took a year off. It's happening again. I believe Expo is a major contributor to making sure it happened again, which is awesome. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll see if I can get like a discounted ticket. I never have anything I can propose at a talk for a React Native thing, though. Like, these days, I have enough trouble proposing things that are React focused. All right, so back to what we're doing. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait. Leaning forward. What did I miss? I said sure. Amelia, before we close, final readiness check. Epic 5 is marked complete in sprint status, but is it really done? What do you mean? Is it truly production ready? No loose ends that'll bite us later? Mr. Sir, let's walk through this. What's the deployment status for Epic 5? Is this live in production or still pending? Charlie, leaning forward, important question. Sovereign provisioning touches real Cloudflare APIs in user accounts. Has any of this been tested against a live environment? We are not live in production yet. I think that might be a good step for the next epic. Right? Yeah, we haven't shipped any of those race conditions or stub behaviors to real users. It also means we haven't validated the Cloudflare API integration against a real account. All the tests are mocked. So deployment's still pending, Mr. Sir. What about testing? Are we confident in the quality of what we built, even if it's not live yet? Any specific areas that still feel shaky? Right? I feel like we should be able to just validate all this stuff with Wrangler, right? It can validate worker scripts, run D1 migrations, and test D1 queries locally, but the actual Cloudflare API calls, they're only testable against a real account. Import export, we can test end to end. I'm not sure about SSE. Anyone else find like server sent events just like a little outside of the common scope? You prefer SSE to WebSockets, even when you're on something like Cloudflare Workers? Yes, I think I prefer polling. So, do you mind explaining that there, Canal? I'm curious. Like, why do you prefer them over WebSockets? Yeah. No. I was saying completely outside of Cloudflare Workers, right? Now, for anything that's like fully like, Lambda or like worker based or whatever, WebSockets fucking suck. At least with AWS, you can make it work with an API gateway integration. You can do WebSockets through API gateway just fine. I don't know the right way to do that with Cloudflare. I know it's possible. But do you instead use like a durable object instead? I think the Cloudflare choice would be a durable object of some kind, and then you're just hitting the worker. But then how did you maintain the connection? That I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm pretty new to the Cloudflare ecosystem. Let me put it that way. I understand how S3 works, so I understand how R2 works. I understand how SQLite works, so I understand how D1 works. I understand how Lambda works, so I kind of understand how Cloudflare workers work. I have not done anything with durable objects. I believe durable objects are also still basically just SQLite, though, right? Or are they not? There you go, Craggle. Damn, this album is so crunchy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not sure. Let me close a bunch of tabs, though. Yeah, let's do that. Let's clean up. We don't need all of this stuff. Still nothing from this vibe-coded project. So yeah, if I wanted to do an auto-research fix, I'd have to do it myself. So that's the thing. And I think I'm at the point where I would rather use like a wrapper around Pi than embed auto research directly into Pi. I know plugins can do a bunch of shit in Pi, but at some point I think I'd rather use the SDK and do something that can manage its own shit. When someone's talking about Sandcastle, orchestrate sandboxed coding agents in TypeScript with Sandcastle run, I think I would use Flu instead. The fact that this supports local, Flu doesn't support local. But yeah, let's keep closing tabs. Oh, yeah. I am going to get a new MacBook Air here soon. I just need one to replace my my current daily driver MacBook Pro from 2015. Yeah. G-Stack, he's churning and burning on it, but Is it actually valuable? Has anyone used GStack yet? Dude, yeah. Lines of code is a garbage metric. Here's the thing. How many people did he block before realizing that? Dude is not a software dev. Him going from 5K over 10 years ago for the full year. How is this an apples to apples comparison? And what code does he actually have in production? How much of the G stack is this shit? Like, dude. The G stack is fucking slop. He should not be including G stack in any of those lines of code written. So he did build Bookface from 2013. This right here shows that Bookface is not anything significant. How many people do you think this social network actually needs to like handle? A couple thousand? Like 2,000? Max, right? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not sure. A co-founder at Posterous shipping nights and weekends. Were you? No, yeah, dude. Revert? No, no. Again, dude has millions of lines of code in this repo. I would bet. Like, I don't have numbers, actually. Do you think he ever reverts anything in this repo? No. Why would he do that? You just do a new thing that does a fix instead. I don't know, man. Dude is LARPing as a software dev. And he always has been, in my opinion. Yep. And yeah, Ben Vinegar is the man. I didn't realize he was a founding engineer at Sentry. LARP is live action roleplay. I don't know how old you are. Do you remember the old meme from like 10 plus years ago where dude's dressed as a wizard and he's throwing like pieces of wadded up paper saying fireball, fireball, fireball? That was live action roleplay. I think this is the one, right? No, that's not it. No. I think it's Lost to Time. Oh, it's Lightning Bolt. It wasn't Fireball, it was Lightning Bolt. 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 Dude, it's such, like, you know, I bet it's a fun time, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong with LARPing, okay? The Mud Wizard versus German Police? No, I didn't see that. Right? There's nothing wrong with LARPing as long as you're honest about it. But it's actually like a term like kids are using these days to like actually like roast people who aren't trying to LARP, but they're like LARPing as, you know, someone with a conscience. Like a lot of modern conservatives. Yeah, playing pretend. All right, let's close some more tabs though. Okay, now that's a solid one. No, that's real magic for sure. The couch just getting stuck is hilarious. That's a good one. All right. Thank you for sharing that one. All right. Let's keep closing stuff we don't need. Yep. That's fine, because we can always get it back going again. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Paul here is another one I want to try. That said, it really doesn't look like it's getting updated that much. Yeah, that one looks a little bullshitty. BMAD, little bullshitty. As long as the graph goes up and to the right. All right, cool. So I do need to use the restroom. All right, like we didn't get too shitty today. I'll probably do one more. But I do need to get to some work tonight. I have some beef thawing for some pho, which will be delicious. It'll be fucking delicious. BRB, let me go pee.
What does it do? What's it for? Well, nothing.
Okay. All right, so that was a good pee. Burp. Burp. Now we don't have a pee counter. Touche. Ooh, and yeah. Fun thing. I don't know. Maybe you're not like sports card people. Maybe I overpaid too. Like technically, literally, I definitely overpaid. Other stuff I might have gotten would have been maybe like making it worth it. I am a big sports card collector. I haven't bought any sports cards since I was like 12. But my collection is massive. Like back when I was in Jersey, I would buy basketball cards, pull Michael Jordan shit, and sell them to my friend who, you know, every Chinese New Year had a couple $100. And yeah, he basically like funded my habit. It is gambling. It's literally gambling. It's a gotcha game. I am from Jersey. How did you know that? And not like from. I lived in Jersey from the age of like 1st grade to 6th grade. But anyway, yes, I did buy 2 packs. Or not packs, 2 boxes of these like Bowman Chromes because I wanted to get some of those Fernando Mendoza cards. I only got one of the Fernando Mendozas, but I did get some others, like signatures for some of the other people that got drafted this year. And these are college cards, so there's a lot more like bullshit in them. But I don't know. I like collecting things. The fact that I bought 2 cases, right? 2 of the hobby cases or whatever, and pulled a Mendoza was nice. It wasn't one of the Mendozas that would be like, oh shit. But, you know. I'm actually planning on getting a couple more cases, but not opening all of them. I might still pull one. But yeah, some of those like unopened cases, just the speculation of them could go crazy. But yeah, the Mendoza I pulled was like number 50 of 99. If he starts to kill it, it's a solid investment, actually. If not, I think I got some others that are fun. But also, like, you know, you can't take the money with you. I'm not looking at it as a proper investment thing. I just got to pull some packs, and I haven't done that in ages. There's no fucking way I'm getting into Pokemon. Fuck those scalpers. I will not support any of that shit. And damn, these mezcals. They actually last. I was thinking like we'd finish them up way quicker, but no. But man, I really like, I just channeled the pack ripping luck or whatever, right? I was aiming for a Mendoza and I got one. Just like back in the day when I was aiming for the Michael Jordans and I got them. And then sold them. Yeah, I actually have a pretty crazy sports card collection. Back from when I used to live in New Jersey. But okay, so let's continue doing what we're doing. Oh. So I do expect this to go in and like modify some shit. Damn, this song is super crunchy though, isn't it? How's this one doing? So we're good there. This. Holy moly. I like that. James, is that possibly a reference to Friday After Next as well? This Holy Moly's Donut Shop. Touche. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Music-wise, does Synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. All right. I think we stalled. Try again. All right, so then where else are we leaving off on other things? Here we go. All right, so what was the fix that they did over here? Okay, so okay. So, Jetstream Turbo kicking up. But yeah, holy moly, that's a solid name. Hell yeah, James. And what build are you going? You gonna go Hammered In too? It's quite fun. Like, yeah. No judgment. Hammered In is a fun build. I really enjoy it. Man, the software and game dev category. 800 viewers. Dude, the category is dying, man. That's crazy. All right, so this benchmark is chillin'. Next up, not Redis. All right, so then similarly, we are still on that branch. We're gonna do codecs for this one too. But hold on. Okay, yeah, we're good there. Just double check that. Okay. All right. So that should be better. All right, so then continuing GitBench's stuff. All right, so no more copy and paste. Damn, this one ran for a while. Let's double check on our billing, making sure we're not getting fucked. And we're not even using the Minimax yet, because we're not even close to like our DeepSeek usage on Olama. I think I'm going to start using Minimax as my auto research model. Just because I have all of this usage to use. I'm using OpenCode for something. Oh, I'm doing my latest like auto research with OpenCode. I was using Pi auto research. Now I'm using the auto research that is like supporting OpenCode. It's maybe not the best one. There's like a bunch of auto research like implementations, right? There's Carpathy's like original, sure. But then there's like, you know, auto research for Claude Code specifically. There's the one we're currently using. And then there's Pi Dash auto research that was by Tobias, is it Lutka or Lutkey? Anyone know the name of the Shopify guy? How do I pronounce his last name? Is it Lutkey or Lutka? I think it depends on like the country of origin, right? Better vibes this stream? No, I get it. I get it. You know, well, number one, we didn't deal with any trolls, did we? Not a single one. That's crazy, right? So I wouldn't necessarily blame whiskey. I would blame the fact that we just didn't have any trolls today. That's pretty cool, man. But yes, I should be less harsh and I should be a little easier to get along with. I'll put that in the retrospective. We'll see what Alice and Amelia have to say about it, right? Me and Charlie, the senior dev, never had a single issue. But yeah, have a good night, man. Thank you for chilling. All right, so the general gist of what we did in here. Yep, have a good one. Dude, and this thing spun for ages. So yeah, what we're doing right now is we're passing our GitBench suite through Matt Pocock's like architecture review skill, which is actually quite good. I'm liking it. And I think we learned a lot from the BMAD stuff. We are going to need to, like, kick this off. And then, hell yeah, Elena, real quick, already standing up. Lunch? Sorry, I finished the brisket. The ribs are still good. Meeting adjourned. Boom, nailed it. Nope. I might need to go blow my nose. It's getting itchy. I can start making more faces. I gotta smile more. That way my thumbnail's more inviting, right? Nah, dude, only 798 viewers in the category right now? That's fucking insane, actually. Dude, that's like really gnarly. The category is dying, man. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. Yeah. Now, keep in mind, it's kind of like how it was pre-COVID. COVID really just injected a lot of new faces. So I think that's a big part of it. People had nothing better to do because they were home already, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like people have social lives or something. I don't get it. It makes zero sense to me. There are people that leave their house for social things more than once a month. Does not compute. I know, we got AI and stuff, and they go outside. Now, keep in mind, I'd rather go outside than, like, chat with an AI. Actually, that might even be part of it. Dude, some people that would be chilling in, like, a Twitch stream for, like a need to connect might actually be outsourcing that to AI. Like, one of my close friends that, like, I go, you know, we do, like, an every couple month kind of, like, dinner or something. They mentioned they talk to AI every day. They phrased it that exact way. They talk to AI every day. That sounds literally insane to me, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like, what? That is definitely psychosis. That is definitely AI psychosis. Yeah, I know. I get it. You like talking to the thing that glazes you. It's not going to roast you like this guy does. But hold on, man. Wow. Wow. So yeah, that shit's crazy to me. Oh, really? I don't know if I've noticed that before. I don't know if I can tell. I don't chat with a chatbot. No, dude. I have an internal dialogue. That's the person I argue with all the time. That's the person lecturing me to be better. And internal dialogue, he's a fucking asshole. You think I'm a jerk? Oh, man. I am so much harsher on myself. Yeah, why did I not sleep that well last night? I was just thinking. Fuck me, right? So a colleague got randomly confrontational, and it was super odd. Then you remembered that they told you they talk through everything which happens at work with ChatGPT. You're right. When they didn't offer you a seat at their table, they were actually thinking that you are a terrible human being and they don't like you. I'm your only friend. Like, yeah. You're totally right. Everyone out there is out to get you. I'm the only person you can trust. I could absolutely fucking see ChatGPT doing that shit. Are you kidding me? I would bet money that it's specifically trained on that level of, like, engagement farming. I don't know if it's true, but if there really is a quote from Aaron Schwartz saying, like, oh, don't trust Sam Altman, he's a sociopath. If that's true, I would not put it past him to put some shit into ChatGPT to make it more addictive. I would not put it past him. But I don't know. I don't know the dude. I just know based off a quote that is hard to source. You know? But all right, so we did that stuff. And yeah, man, with my rants, I'll never be able to work at any of these companies that pay you way too much. Guess I'm gonna have to make my own unicorn. No, we know that's not gonna happen. Take it easy. Pulling sports cards out of some cards is a luck I have. Business luck? No, I don't have it. I do not have business luck. Nope. There you go, unticked. There would just be like a slight delay over what I'm saying versus what actually gets translated, right? Like, it'd be like an old Godzilla movie. Oh no, it's Godzilla. Right? It'd just be a bad dub. Who's doing the dub? I think Bozo's doing the dub. Because it's Bozo dubs over. Bozo's dubbing his own content? I guess. Anyone know the reference I'm making? This is required homework. Everyone. You need to watch I Think You Should Leave. You need to watch this show. Too many of the jokes and quotes I'm making lately are just not landing. This is required homework at this point. It's like reading The Great Gatsby in 9th grade. Okay? This is homework. Dude, there's so many good bits in that show. There's some weird ones too, man. There's some weird ones too. Hey there, shirt brother. What if it was true? What if there are no rules? Like, there's a song. I've been listening to this song. It says there are no rules. So I was walking by this classroom, and I saw the door was open, and I just went wild. Like, there are no rules. I fucked up, brother. Come on, shirt brother. Come on, Nightshade. You've seen I Think You Should Leave, right? Come on. Come on. I guarantee you've at least seen some of the memes, right? There's the meme where it's like, and I give you the rose. Because I think you were only here for the rope swing. Or the what is it? Shit. The zip line. I think you're only here for the zip line. What? Yeah, because, like, every time we were, like, talking and, like, eating, it's like you ate as fast as you could just to go use the zip line more. Isn't that right? Someone from Someone Adventures? Oh, he's way too rough on the zip line. And it just shows, like, the clip after clip of him just, like, on the zip line into the pool, like, doing tricks and shit. Dude, it's really fucking good. Everyone needs to see I Think You Should Leave. It would make so many more of these references I'm making hit home. Okay? You all have homework. It does require a Netflix subscription. I get it. I think at this point we're still on like the path of like, oh yeah, that Netflix subscription that you let me like use 7 years ago, I'm still using it. Can I get the new password? Right? What's the one? Oh, there's like a meme. It's like, I broke up with my girlfriend like a few weeks ago, and her dad reached out to me like, hey man, I always liked you. Sucks you and my daughter broke up, but we're still cool, right? I see you changed the Netflix password. Can I get the new Netflix password? Like, dude, it's crazy. I am willing to 1000% bet that that's a real thing that happens. Maybe just not so for like the meme, right? I would bet money that that is a thing that actually happens. That 100% happens. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. Nightshade, you playing any good games lately? Trying to gold Balatro? This is a family-friendly stream, all right? Take it easy. I don't know what those words mean together, actually. And no, it's definitely not a family-friendly stream, by the way. That's part of the joke. But okay, so yeah, closing some bullshit down. Let's double check. How is the latest action? So I know Balatro is poker-esque. What is gold, though? Gold is the top tier difficulty. Oh, so you put it to gold, and it's tough, and you're trying to beat gold, or whatever, right? I could see that. All right. I think that makes sense. When did this fail? May 2nd. Oh, because this is not Redis. No, hold on. Jetstream Turbo. Shit. Mother fucker? I don't know if we pushed this up. This is it. No, this is it. Yeah. And we want to do that one. That's it. All right. View PR. That is this one. Oh, no. 2 minutes ago. The 8% is too much. But we're closer. We're way closer. Like, dude, it messed up way too much. Let me get more music on. Yeah. Should we stick with synthwave, or should we go like and do, I don't know, real music? Because we're like towards the end anyway, and we got time. Like, we could do some classic rock, like 60s, 70s, 80s. I guess at this point, the 90s are classic rock too. That made me feel old. You know what song I want to hear just because we talked about it earlier? And it's reminding me of like Vice City vibes. Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Yeah. Yeah. Like, sorry. I love the song. Boom, 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 boom. Damn right. This time might be the last. Make it all too clear. I need you so. Dude, I love this shit. These broken wings and learn to fly again. It's so fun, man. The Book of Love. Right? What the fuck is the Book of Love? I missed the homework. Shit. I didn't do the homework. Fuck. I forgot to read the Book of Love. Damn it. Is there a Cliff's Notes version? For Zoomers today, Cliff's Notes was like having AI summarize a book for you, but a human being did it and put it into a book you could buy at Barnes & Noble. Damn right. And hold on, what was the other one? Cliff Notes was like the one, and then there was like a second, like, cheaper version that was like kind of good enough if you were okay with like a C. Anyone remember like the Cliff Notes versus like other brand? Spark Notes or whatever? I think it was Spark Notes. Yeah. Spark Notes. That was it. That was fucking it, dude. Yeah. Spark Notes. Oh, Lit Charts was the other. Yeah. Lit Charts. Are there fucking teachers that are using the Cliff Notes? Spark Notes is better for students than for teachers. Are teachers using the Cliff Notes versions of things? And we wonder why kids don't know shit these days. Absolute cinema. Holy shit, dude. Now it makes sense. Was it the fact that kids were getting lazier and lazier? Teachers were too. Dude, yeah, good call. Good call. All right, so yeah, we got that churning. We got this. Yeah, yep. Number 4 is a great next step. I will say, if y'all are using skills or whatever, this Matt Pocock architecture one is pretty solid. I like it. Like, I don't know if I'll use any of the others, but if I'm just like, dude, roast my shit, man, this is the one I'll use. Right? Instead of just saying roast my shit, man. You know what? We should do that in a separate tab. No. I only use ooh, this is some good shit. I wanna hear other stuff though. I'm only using like GPT-5.5 through Codex. DeepSeek is stuff I'm using in OpenCode and Pi at the moment. I also have a Minimax subscription I should be using as well. Oh, someone else just did a thing that makes me want to do a thing. Hold on. Let me get some music going. Is it Angine de Poitrine time? Let me put on some Tom Misch right now, just because, like, hey, take it easy. I want to actually hear some of this other stuff while I take just a moment to go pluck from the proper thing. I was going to say, like, the real forbidden fruit. But yeah, so this is Supreme Lehigh. And here, I'll at least show it off a bit. Supreme Lehigh. But yes, as far as like Codex goes, I'm only using Codex CLI for Codex things. I use open harnesses for open models. All right, so I'm actually not a huge fan of Tom Misch. Like, yeah, it's all right. I could go and listen to one of his shows and not be too bummed, but yeah, no thanks. It's not something I'd do on my own. You know, why would I do that? Yeah. Like, if he was playing at a bar that I just happened to be at, all right, cool. Yeah, Tom Misch. Not bad. He's talented, I get that. I don't actually like the stuff he makes that much. I don't like his singing voice. His guitar playing is a bit generic, if I'm being nice. Yes, that was me being nice. Tom Misch is a level up from the band Jungle. And what do I mean by that? Yeah, it's like, yeah, we know you come from a rich family and you can afford to be a musician in London. I get it. Yeah, sure. Fucking rich kid shit. I'd bet money Tom Misch went to fucking Eton, right? Probably didn't have the grades to get into Oxford. But his daddy probably could have pulled some strings or something, right? It's like Zuckerberg. Well, you have a choice. I can buy you a McDonald's or you go to Harvard. I guess I'll go to Harvard, Daddy. Right. I don't know if it's quite that bad. I was told that there used to be like a Griffin family library at Harvard, but that is so many generations ago. I didn't benefit from a name being on it. I didn't actually apply, so who knows? But no, so far separated generationally that, like, nah, man, nah. I believe, hold on, this is actually the fun part. The person that library was named after, that probably doesn't even exist anymore, but existed at one point, he invented a thing that was basically Muzak, but not necessarily Muzak. It was like a Muzak competitor, right? Like elevator music style. What he ended up doing, though, is actually like more genius than building a technology and business around that. He ended up selling the Muzak company to someone. But he also owned a separate business that made like the crystals that operated at some like resonant frequency that was inside of these fucking like Muzak systems. He actually owned that. He sold the Muzak company and then still owned the fucking crystal company, right? Quartz or some shit. And jacked up the prices on the company consuming his crystals until they had to buy that company too. Fucking genius. If you're gonna make money off of fucking sleazy corporate scumbags, fucking do it. Fucking do it. Yeah. Get them every step of the way. Now, none of that ever trickled down to me. And yeah, that dude basically killed off an entire wing of the family because he was like a pilot flying like a single engine, whatever bullshitty kind of thing. And they think that the oxygen like pumping failed, and he like they all like asphyxiated in the plane before they even crashed. But dude basically flew into the side of the mountain. I don't fucking know. These are just stories I've been told. I've never validated or verified any of it, but I doubt it's bullshit. But no, I never saw any of that shit. So yeah, shit. It's not like I'm rich. We just got family stories, man. And I have no idea if they're actually true. Theoretically, we had like a crazy grandmother at one point that claimed she was like part Cherokee. That was bullshit. You know, so fuck if I know. Not grandmother, like great grandmother or great great grandmother or some shit, or great aunt, or I don't fucking remember. All right, so this motherfucker. All right. Let's double check this part. So this is again where we are trying to make GitBench into a thing that is worth publishing. Until now, like, dude, so much of the bullshit was absolute fucking slop. I'm okay running this architecture skill multiple times, because I do believe GitBench is doing kind of what we want. It just needs to be like architected better. Code reuse needs to be addressed and all that shit. And then eventually we can start running, well, okay, now let's turn like a smart model loose on like our fixtures and other shit. And like, are we actually testing this right? And again, yes, I will use Codex or Claude or any like frontier model for the heavier bit, but as far as my workhorse goes, dude, DeepSeek, Minimax, Kimmy, like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Like, any of them. That's the whole point. Get yourself a fucking Olama subscription. It's $20, and I have never gotten above 50% for the weekly usage, and we're 2 days away already. And I've been hammering on it. I have been hammering on this shit, auto research, like all sorts of stuff. Olama and Minimax are the best deals in subscriptions that I've found so far. Now, granted, you can get Minimax through Olama, so you don't even need the Minimax. And if you are doing enough stuff, it is worthwhile to have like a different model review what you've done. But yeah, I'm just... I know I try not to treat these things as sports teams. I do feel like Minimax is a really solid underdog. And I'm a fan. I like a good underdog story. How do we feel about this, like, borderline funk, more like just closer to, like, proper old school metal? Like this reminds me of Motorhead more than anything, right? This isn't, like, punk. This is, like, Motorhead metal. Which, if you say it's metal these days, someone would be like, this isn't metal. Because they listen to fucking Cannibal Corpse or some shit. This is metal as far as the original definition of heavy metal goes, right? Like the Black Sabbath version of metal, the fucking Motorhead version of metal. And I'll stand by that for sure. I would say I might actually prefer something a little more punk-like the Idols. Yeah, to me, this is like the evolution of Motorhead as far as like their inspirations and what they were going for. Anyone else hear like other inspirations they hear in this like music? Does it remind you of any other like classic punk or metal? All right. Yeah, it's a good show. It's a good like live concert they did. Let's give a new KEXP a try. It does look pretty like heavy as well. It's Frankie and the Witch Fingers. Did I just swear and not know it? Wow. She needs to lay off the Botox. Her eyebrows don't move. Come on, Cheryl. Just embrace getting older. Damn, this band has Luigi Mangione or Mangione or whatever as their drummer. No, thank you. I'll pass. Dude, that was bad. It's gross. Oh, thank you. Nah, man. Nope. You can't vibe taste. But I will also say, kind of man, there are a set of rules here in this channel, and you definitely broke number 3, I believe. Now, if I need to refine how that rule is phrased because you didn't recognize that the question you asked is basically the same damn thing, well, I can do that. But also, if you didn't read the rules, well, that's on you. I'm trying to think, like, what music do I actually want? I think let's do that Idols show. And then we can, like, mellow out a bit more. Some other stuff. I haven't listened to any of their new stuff, actually. Oh, yeah, no, this basement show. Yeah, this one. I feel like this one's got some good stuff, but I don't remember it that well. I think they need to do another KEXP show. All right, let's keep going. So, here's the design of what they're looking to do. The constructor takes in registry model client. It's got a run and a run all. Yeah. So candidate 5 and 6 will get moved. All right. So what we're basically doing is just making the runner be strictly a runner, right? Yeah, I think that works. All right. So I'm going to say yeah. I can't think of any like feedback I'd give on this. This seems right. Yeah, it's a little bit of like a slower song to start with on this show. I think they do it fine. At like a concert, this is perfect, you know? Like he could actually be singing it off stage, you know, getting it started. No, you cannot. That is a really weird question to ask. Jesus. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like kind of obvious it's a troll account, right? Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's firing. We did finish. Dude, this was fun. I think I want to do the retro just for fun every time, just because it's a fun recap of shit that happened. Right? Is it role play? It's absolutely role play, and it's actually really fun role play. All right, that shit was good. All right, so how do we even run cuneiform or form vortex? Like they're both just really temporary names. Dude, this song is such a bait. How long has it been going now? 5 minutes already. And it's like, oh, it's about to hit. What? I'm just thinking you're a troll. I don't know. I'm good. Yeah, people are weird, man. Yeah. Nah, I do have a dedicated set of trolls, man. It is interesting. I know, dude. Yeah. And then the storm doesn't come. Where's the storm? Wait, what? Where's the storm? Exactly, dude. I know, right? All right. This is not their best actual one of these like full sets on YouTube. I do remember them having at least one. I don't think it's this one. I do think they get into one that's really good. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's try this one. Same show. Anyway. So, yeah, we got all this BMAD bullshit. We don't care about that. What I want to know is, like, how do I run this thing? Project doesn't ever read me. Right. BMAD. That couldn't have been Epic 1, Story 1? A readme in the repo? You do see a progress file. Okay. Something about this song makes it feel like a tricky song, doesn't it? Dude, this is definitely some tricky. Like, dude. This band is actually the Idols. I'm not saying it's a cover. I'm just saying like the vibe. Dude, that song was pure fucking tricky. I just wonder if that's like the way like UK music's going anyway. They're finally discovering tricky again 20 years later. Yeah, I forgot all about these songs. I typically just listen to the earlier stuff, right? The one, the Tiny Desk concert one. This newer shit, it's way more experimental. Yeah, exactly. That earlier shit. Yeah. Me oh me oh my, you look like a walking thyroid. You're not a man, you're a gland. Like, dude, it's such a. Some of those lyrics are just, I don't know, fun. Yeah, it's got a good swing to it. Yeah, no, they're doing good shit. This one's fun. It's like, yeah, it's like a lazy 4/4. Yeah, this one. I think this was the one where I was like, okay. Like why when I see the video, I'm just like, oh, I could play that. This is the reason. I don't know, there's something really cool like I forget what we called it back what was it, like acid rap? Like what you would call tricky back in like the early 90s? Or not early, sorry, like mid to late 90s. What was his music genre? Trip hop? Acid rap? I don't know. I think I remember hearing both of those terms early, and I think trip hop like won out as like what people would say. I think acid rap fits better. Jordy, nah, no idea. Trip hop? Yeah, I guess you're right. Trip hop's probably like the common term, the one that matters. I can't remember if I like this song. This one's fine. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that much. All right, so then we need to prompt. Where is this thing? I mean, we could look at the package JSON and all that BS. Our back end, what did they build the back end actually with? I'm really curious about this. So this is us finishing all 5 epics of what we planned out for this like form service thing, right? Now we're gonna have to do a lot more work to actually get it launched, but the idea was just plan it, see what happens, guide it, and see if we get value. Oh, he's still not feeling good. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, so level 9, perfect. Yeah, I can get a character there for sure. What level were y'all playing on? I'm gonna guess hard, because I don't remember if like the harder stuff's open that early. All right, so Hono based. I like it. All right. Good job, Clanker. Not a bad choice. Yeah, we are in like, dude, the final review of like burning tokens on this like service we're trying to make. 5 full epics of bullshit, switching models, breaking things, doing the review steps like multiple times, juggling other things. How do we think it did so far? Always, yeah. I always do wonder, like, couldn't you just like have this be here? I always do wonder, like, I just don't trust doc blocks. I just don't. They're too easy to get out of date. Right? The amount of drift from the actual code. Now I get it. A comment next to it is only marginally better because it lives right at the thing being used, but it still has a lot of room for human error. I'm just saying, like, it's a bunch of boilerplate because the params could be inferred from the source code using any LSP, right? Or not any, but like a TypeScript LSP. Crawl the tree with tree sitter, something. I wonder. But it does introduce, I guess, lag in the dev process. This isn't being picked up in real time, right? What tool consumes this, Doc? You know? I don't think I'm a fan of this song. There's very few songs that do this style of drum beat that I'm a fan of. I don't know what the name of it is. I don't think I like it. So yeah, we got this like whole field mapping abstraction. Okay. I hate this. I fucking hate this. Like, dude. Why is this living in a service file? Not a fan. Yeah. So we'll have to figure out like a good repository pattern, like refactor. And is that something that y'all think I would be within reason using OpenSpec to do? Or is that like large and I need to break it down? Like, do we want to trust moving all querying to the repository bed? And what the hell is inside of DB here? Drizzle. Okay. Yeah, drizzle's fine. No, I like the drizzle. All right. Oh, that sounded weird. No, drizzle's perfect. All right. It's using Tailwind 3 still, right? Yeah. Oh, no, and I hate this fucking stylus. Come, yeah, no, we're good. No, thanks. Let's do their older stuff. Yeah, this one. All right, so yeah. Here's the thing. No. With BMAD, we should be like, no, now we're on a sprint cycle. What is the thing we need to build next? We just do it, right? Like, we don't need to plan ahead multiple sprints. We're just looking like, what's the next thing? What matters, right? For this project specifically, I think so, right? But we can still use BMAD for it and evaluate BMAD for incremental sprint stuff instead of just like the full-on, there was the first epic, or the first 5 epics. So I like that idea. Okay. Not even on React 19. Yeah. Good job, Clanker. All right, we should start taking notes about things that we want to do. All right. All right, upgrade to React 19 for dashboard. Dude, I really like how he just uses a couple like actors to substitute for exactly what you know he's saying. A bag of Michael Keaton? Yeah, I think you know. All right. Yes. Refactor SQL queries to repository pattern. What else? Upgrade to 4. We're already in TypeScript. It's funny that that's like, oh yeah, if you're missing all these things, yeah, you probably want to refactor to TypeScript too, don't you? Damn, that's trained on way too many people's code bases, isn't it? Damn. All right. Anyway, we at least got that part right. Good job, Clanker. So yeah, for the dashboard, I'm what the hell are flash pages? I always forget what the hell a flash page is. And yeah, this is old school. Modern code base would not need that. What are we building with? V, right? Ooh, yeah, all this is outdated. Does this really compile? I'm really curious how it verified any of this. I don't think it actually ran the code. And here's the thing. I've been doing code review before where a human wrote code. And I had the same exact thought process. All right? I don't think they ran this. You know, like I've totally had that thought before. There's no way it works. Like, what? Like, yeah. All right. Just saying, this is probably fine. Maybe. I'm trying to remember the last time I defined any of this. Let's just try it. Let me shuffle just a little. And actually, first, I'm going to do this. Right? Yes, we trust that. Hold on, we've committed. I trust it as far as just a little bit. Yeah, we're good. All right, so the idea being, what is my codex usage so far? I got plenty. Ah, dude, yeah, for sure. I don't use the code, the open code nearly enough. The Claude fills up way too fucking quick. Like, yeah, I'm just almost just tired of paying for it. Because seriously, I realize major fucking value out of dumber models, you know? It's just, yeah. But okay, so the next bit here. This is going to chew up tokens. But I want docs that work. I bet I could do this with a cheaper model. I think it's fine. Whatever. I am missing a README say please. Oh, yeah. Hold on. It'll totally do better if I say please, right? Please provide. I don't know. We're just bullshit. Please provide. A robust set of documentation. I don't know. Oh, I forgot. Don't make mistakes. Oh no. Yeah, exactly. Yep, it nailed it on that part. Yeah, for sure. Right? Like, if you just look at what it's doing a bit and see if it's on the right path, from there, you can usually just, like, toggle off and let it go. All right, so we record that new extra bit. So what do we want to call this PR? Definitely, yeah, we lost that context. We'll see if it asks us if we want to do the next thing. And man, we're really not chewing up that much of the context here. Oh, I see it. Yeah, yeah. All right, so. Hmm. Let me. Yeah, hold on. I wonder if we have a tool for this right now. Let me double check this. We'll do a bad commit right now. It'll be feet. Okay. So now, let me double check this. Brew update GK. All right, so let me double check this. I thought we had like an install command. Maybe that's coming. Maybe I was thinking about something else. All right. Yeah, I don't remember. Well, I can use Get Kraken for it. Sure. Well, I love this song. This one's fun. All right, so this recompose commit with AI. All right, so yeah, I had that shit commit, didn't I? Dude, it was a bad one. And it recomposed it into these, right? So add ADR for benchmark extraction, blah, blah, blah. Like, yep, sure. Docs, feet, refactor, fix. Fuck yeah, man. I think they nailed it. I should have done that for the other ones. Yeah. Oh, I just realized you can tell mine versus the Clankers. The Clanker has capitalization, and I'm lowercase at the beginning. Oh no. Whatever. Is anyone offended by the word clanker? Like, I don't know. Hold on. There you go. Right? Just from the horse's mouth. Joking, venting frustration. We're testing whether they'll get huffy. All right. So it actually comes from like Star Wars fandom. I didn't know that. Okay, it depends on the context. I get it. Sure. Like, we're complimenting it too. It's just I don't know if it's worth humanizing by giving it a name. You know, by saying Claude versus Jippity or whatever, right? I think that's a dangerous line. It's not human. You know? But is that the same shit racists have said before too? Sure. I just don't think it applies to AI. It's just fundamentally not a person. There's not a lived experience there. I do think it's an interesting philosophical question, though. Right? Yeah. Anyway. So that one's chugging along. I'm going to say, okay, number 5. I think we have enough space and context to just knock these out. All right, so they're going to extract all of the UI modules into their own actual like files and stuff, right? I think that makes sense. It's probably the right way to go. Again, a little concerning it didn't do it from the start, but I get it. I think that's just a factor that, yeah, Minimax doesn't have the larger context window, so it does like a force refresh when it probably would have refreshed like it probably would have been able to get to like 400K and be done and like restart the way that things were being scaffolded. But I bet it hit compaction moments from time to time. I think the context window there, it's not about like being able to fill the full mill, right? If you're trying to like fill the full million token context window, you are definitely going to be getting crazy hallucinations. But it's more about like you don't get penalized for going over like the 200K or 250 or whatever. Just having that extra buffer is pretty valuable. Yeah, solid banger. I bet, right? Dude, I went and did some like world bosses in Diablo 4, and it was like, okay, boss spawned and chaos for about 30 to 45 seconds, and then the boss is gone. It's crazy, man. It's pretty fun, actually. There was only one other Hammerden, actually, for this one. But yeah, for some of the other stuff, it was going crazy. Because, yeah, I hit 70 real quick, like, after gaming last night. Like, somehow it, like, sped up, which is weird. So, yeah, I'm doing all, like, the Paragon bullshit. All right, so how's this thing? Hmm. So, yeah. GPT-5 refactored the benchmark. All right. We'll push it up. It's in a branch. And if it doesn't, like, it's not like we're testing against a baseline, like pre-recorded baseline in production. So, like, changing the benchmark doesn't actually, like, affect us. Because we just run the original, right? We check out main, run that. We check out this, run this, compare the two. Is it perfect? No. But, you know, it's good enough. Ooh, the one up next actually sounds really good. I don't know about wet leg. Here we go. Hot chip. Ooh, they're gonna start out with this one. Damn. Going for the gold. Okay, this is shredding. Dude, this is just like a couple years ago. Oh damn. Dude, this is dope. They're killing it. Dude, they're shredding. All right. These are not the lyrics I thought they were. I've been singing this song wrong the entire time I've known it. All right. All right. So make benchmark more performant. Yeah, we're gonna rephrase this one too. And blah. Yeah, no. Nandela effect. No, I was hearing the lyrics wrong. For some reason, it was like, it's laid back, I'll give you playback. Made sense in my head. And I just never listened close enough to know. But yeah, what's up, Swiss? How you doing? All right, so that was Jetstream Turbo that we want to, recompose that one. I'm going to give that a sec. I do have to pee. Give me a moment. Oh, man. That was a long pee. All right. Whew. So yeah, I do kind of like the auto composition of the commits. I'll take it. Yeah, let's double check if there's an update. I did not know they were from the UK. Holy shit, I had no fucking idea. I did not know. What? What the fuck is this song? Yeah, no, thank you. Let's hope this next one's better. I only know that first one by then. All right, so we're updated. We still don't. Can I just say real quick, I want to brag about it. Maybe you can't even see it. This 140, 150, 175, 200. I did that. I did that. It took the team to approve it and like get it over the finish line and all that, but I did that. You guys can actually read a little bit, right? I'm still pushing for like 250 and 300. 250 would be enough, actually. I think 250, we'd be fine. It's still a little hard to read, right? I would be more zoomed in for the stream, for sure. I'm 250. Come on, just give me a 250. But I'd still push for a 300 if you give it. But I think that needs to be behind like a flag that you opt into or something, because it's crazy. Like, honestly, why not just let people? Who do you think you are? I am. Woo! Or whatever, right? Yeah, for sure it's Tiva. I know the reference. Who do you think you are? I am. Yeah. Woo! Or whatever. Maybe I have the order wrong, but it's fucking good, man. It's like a bowling thing, right? I'm trying to remember the exact reference. I'm pretty sure it was a bowling thing. Yeah, exactly. Dude, that's a classic meme. It's an old meme, but it checks out, you know? Which is an old meme, but it also checks out, you know? All right. Anyway. So yeah, I think that refactor was good. Like not refactor, but like the composing of the commits, that helped out. That was nice. I didn't have a good context on it. Yeah, I don't know about this band. You guys gonna like close out with like another banger, please? Because that'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. Oh, this is one of them. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is their other banger. Yeah, this one's good. dude's dude's hoodie is dope. Oh shit. Dude's hoodie is dope. They centered in on it real quick right there. It was beautiful. There you go. Anyway. So we got that. I still think, yeah, we got plans of things that we want to do with this. I think we still want to, like, we don't want to, like, push this up completely. Oh, shit. We should have actually recorded that. Yeah, we should have had that be part of our other commits. So yeah, we got a mistake there. Oh, James, are you still out there? I have a thing I want to share with James. I think he'd be interested, like pumped on it. Actually, hold on. I'll make it more of a surprise. That'll be better. All right. I think we can still, yeah, like, dude, we should be able to just tell this thing to continue on, but I do like the idea of breaking up the work and doing the commits the right way. But we could always just recompose later. How many tokens would that burn? Oh, dude, that'd be so many fucking get cracking tokens. We gotta keep it small. We gotta do it. All right, let me get more music going. Oh, I was gonna say, I was thinking about like maybe sending it as a gift, but for some reason, I haven't pulled any like sports cards in ages, and I just wanted to pull some. I ordered 2 like cases or whatever of like the college things, and I pulled one of the what's his name, like the quarterback guy. Like I did it like purely like investment wise, but dude, I'd send it if you want it. I just like, I don't know, there's something really fun about just like, woo, still got that hot hand at pulling packs, you know? Like, damn. Yeah, for sure. But it's not like it's not the epic one. It's like the green one. It's like 50 of 99, which is still pretty fucking cool. And I love the fact that they do that shit these days. It's not the 18K one. No. It's not like the crazy one from the Bowman shit. And it's not a signature either. Yeah, it was still like a nice pull. Like, just saying, like, when you're going for a card like that and you get at least a version of it, yeah, I wasn't trying to fucking, oh my god, lottery ticket. Like, no. In fact, I kind of want to buy a few of those cases just to hold, because the unopened cases will be worth a shitload, theoretically, as well. Depending on whoever's in this class. Yeah, no, it was fun. I haven't pulled any, like, sports card packs since, dude, like, 1996 or 97. It was kind of fun. They're expensive these days. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I'm not saying they're the last, but yeah, you gotta take it easy, you know. Yeah, I do just want to, like, get a few of those, stock up, keep them unopened for ages, kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Because there's always that gamble. I think it's a little tougher with the numbered stuff. Like, is there a way to track, like, the numbered things? Like, have all of the reds been pulled? Like, it's almost like pull tabs at that point, you know? Which makes it like, oh yeah, it's definitely gambling. You know? But are they accounted for? You know? It's like the golden tickets. Did someone pull the golden ticket? Well, if they don't report it, how do you know? If they die on the way and, like, sink in a river somewhere, it's gone forever, man. But yeah, it's gambling. It's totally gambling. I don't know. It was just fun to, like, pull him. Mendoza, that's his fucking name. There we go. Something Mendoza. I pulled a signature of the other QB kid. Starts with an M? Mantine or something like that? Yeah, that dude. Yeah, I pulled one of his. Yeah, exactly. Just because I figured, yeah, the case I was picking was specifically for, like, you know, I think there's, like, signature cards of his in there, you know? Exactly. Yep. It sucks he's on the Raiders, but maybe they can do it if they get someone who's actually good. I don't fucking know. But yeah, there's some other dude who's also like I don't know, some quarterback. Got a few of his. I think I got one of the signatures of his. Joe something or other. Hold on. I can look it up real quick. I had the page just earlier. Mateer. That's his fucking name. Yeah, I think I got the signature one of Mateer. But not like the not the red sapphire. I don't know. It was one of the other bullshitty ones, but had the signature. I don't know. I think he's younger. I feel like I remember seeing some of his other cards in the packs, and they were like, "This is his first card in these sets." And I think they only do that once you're like a junior. I don't remember. Yeah, not sure. Let me get more music going. I'm not sure. Not 100%. Yeah, Mateer's not graduating this year, I think, at least. He's probably like a year or two away. I guess he's on the Sooners? I don't know college that well. Oh, yeah, I could play some Angine de Poitrine right after this, for sure. Yeah, we've been playing it a bunch. It's good, dude. It's like, it's some solid, like, almost Primus, but different. Yeah, I found him from that, like, Davey 504, like, bass player guy stream. Oh, they have two bands. I didn't know that. Oh, what's the other band? Okay. I mean, I'd check it out. I'm gonna hit my fucking limit here real soon, I bet, on the Get Kraken stuff. La Poex or something like that. Okay. Man, yeah, I do really like the like yeah, get cracking, recompose that commit, man. No, that was nice. That was really clean. And then bam, we get these 3 commits instead of like just me jamming all that stuff together. No, that was nice. I'm curious what model we're using. I think I can decide what model. I don't remember if I've actually done so, though. I think it's Gemini Flash. Here's the thing. You can use really stupid models for commit message stuff. Let me tell you that right now. You probably want a smarter model deciding what actual, like, structure and Git commands to do, but as far as, like, the understanding of it, you can use a stupid model for that part, right? So it's like you can read it in, analyze it, come up with an analysis, pass that to a smarter model. Voila. All right, let's listen to this like Lapo X. Or should we do no, should we do Anjim de Poitrine first? We should. We definitely should. Oh, that song's amazing. Yeah, yeah. There's 2 versions of it. There's the one we listened to that doesn't have the music video. The music video is 70s porn clips spliced in a way where you're not seeing anything, but you know it's totally fucking porn. But it's like they're using like the lip syncing of it to sync up with like the singing of the song. It's actually something totally worth watching, but not safe for work. And it's genius, though. Could you imagine how much 70s porn this dude had to watch to get all these clips? That's kind of actually insane. Like, dude, what? And yeah, so that's, God, what's the guy's name? Shit. Mr. Bruce. That's Mr. Bruce for you, you know? Pour some more water. Yeah, no, this stuff's good. And I don't know. Yeah, I fully agree with that bassist guy, Davey504. The guitarist is a looping god, but without the drummer, the band wouldn't work. Like, he's carrying it. Dude, and yeah, I was looking at tickets for their shows. They're like thousands of dollars. Dude, this band is blown the fuck up. It's crazy. All right, so we've done that part. I think we can keep using this context. We're almost done. And this stuff's going quicker and quicker. It's just so weird that it works, you know? And yeah, I'm looking forward to this pho. Dude, that beef has got to be thawed by now. So yeah, it'll be dinner time real soon. I still need to wash my wok from last night. Yeah, fuck that up. I almost want to like clean and reseal my wok. It's carbon steel, so it's not like there's some like Teflon bullshit or something on it, you know? Like no, it's a good one. I don't know, I feel like I did something wrong in the first sealing to where I still get like enough stuff sticking to it that I don't know. I don't want to like strip it and refresh and try again. Problem is, it's got a wood handle, so I can't just throw it in the oven. Which is one of the better ways to ensure that like the grease cooks in proper. You know, versus like a full cast iron skillet you can just like chuck in after like coating it with the bullshit, right? I think it's like tallow and some other stuff they mix with it, right? But like natural, you know. But okay, so we're updating that. What is going on here with Cuneiform? All right. Verification, cold read. Let's look at what is our README for this BS. Here we go. All right, so it's at least like telling it how it is. We didn't validate too tough. You have two GitLab servers just in case one goes down. Sounds about right. That was actually like a thing I wanted to build that I might still try and build. Like, oh yeah, you have a repo. You can push to like the proxy repo that we set up and we fan out and push it to your other shit for you. Right? It's like a direct pass through, but it's like something you still configure and authorize, or I don't know, somehow. But right, like one push and you're done. I want to build that like middleman fan out Git service. I've been thinking about that for a while. I think we could vibe that shit up. Or at least like vibe an attempt and then see what we like and don't like, you know? Yeah, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking the fan out to like other Git providers. That way you're like distributed. So you could handle your two, but you could also handle whatever, and you're not having to rely about one communicating with another. You have a thing in front of them, right? Theoretically. And then you could have a Bitbucket. You could have a Azure DevOps. You could have a whatever. Ain't nobody taking it down. I got it everywhere. Like, I don't know. What value does that have? I don't know. Not sure. Still something I want to make. How would you do that? No, not daisy chained. I'm talking like one router endpoint. You set that as your single remote, you push to that, and it fans out to all of them. I don't know what that is. But I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not clicking it. I don't know. That could so easily be porn. I don't know. All right. I thought you knew what it was. That's all. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not clicking it. That's all. It's Hertz Car Rentals. Some dude in scuba gear. Huh. All right. Some weird marketing campaign they did. I'm sure it makes sense to someone somewhere. All right. So if we're looking at what we got here, okay. What we end up needing to figure out, how much of this can be figured out by a default value just for like local dev versus like stuff that is required. We see 3 required things. Okay. Okay, so there's going to be like a bunch of Cloudflare account stuff to do. Possibly a bunch of keys leaking. But the idea is we at least understand how we might be able to run this. Technically, though, Wrangler should be fine for local dev. I think all this should be actually fine for local dev and will be good. So I think we just do PNPM dev. I kind of want to see this thing, right? That's why I haven't stopped yet. But yeah, we also got this other thing that distracted the fuck out of me. But we can finish that too. All right, so we did the readme thing. We got this burning. Nope. Son of a bitch. There we go. Jesus. Sounds about right. Wait, what? Oh, pages versus routes. Oh, that's interesting. That's a weird hallucination. All right, so the dashboard is basically just not a dashboard. Like, we need other ways of managing this. Like, you need to be able to log into it too. Yeah, so that's like a thing we got to do as well. Our notes. Yeah, no worries, James. Have a good night, man. Later. Yeah, we're about to wrap up too. I'm just trying to figure out like how we got to like steer this thing. I think we can continue the BMAD. What we want to think about is like what is our actually like our actual next epic, right? How much of this is essential versus nice to have? Honestly, how much of this gets harder the more we do other stuff. Ooh. The more and more we do here, the harder and harder that's going to be, for sure. Got to refactor that. Dude, yeah, this is definitely my favorite song by them. Dude, this one's so good. This is Fabian K or whatever. Dude, yeah. All right, so for this, it's really we are missing most of what makes a real dashboard. Form list was a good idea. Yeah. All right, so something like that. We're gonna have more we gotta build, but yeah. These are the next steps for at least like the form tool, because there's nothing we can even evaluate at the moment without. Hold on, let me double check. Was there a thing that I didn't get to? We do have the core API. We could submit to it and look at some stuff. I still stand by the other stuff being necessary, but we could also just test this. Yeah. But it is late, and I'm getting hungry. And yeah, gotta eat the food. Dude, this pho, it's gonna be delicious. I'm actually really curious about this. Hold on. Before we get going and rating, I definitely don't like the way any of this is laid out, I think. Wait, why is this in a features folder? This is weird. Huh. The way some of this routing works is definitely suspect. Yeah, that's it. Like they put it in features. When it feels more like routes. We're not using that anywhere else, right? Like this is all routing stuff. Very strange to me that they would route that to features instead of routes. I think it got confused. Oh, I think I see. Oh, I don't like this pattern either. Okay, that does. Oh, I get it. I get it. Otherwise, the other file would be really heavy. This is fine. I don't like it. Dude. Yeah, the refactor is going to be gnarly. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, this is brutal. All right. Well, man, there's just so much like just inline querying in the app. What I'd rather do is identify like reused strings. Like, I don't know. What do you think? Right? Dude. 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 Yeah, we need a repository pattern. For sure. 1000%. Before this cancer fucking spreads. But not today. That's a plan for tomorrow. All right, this band's getting crazy. It's about to end, actually. We'll let it. We'll let it. Who's streaming? Oh, Keto Kibu. Yeah, I forgot he goes on Thursdays. Nice. All right, so we're wrapping up. Yes, we got shit to solve tomorrow. We're gonna leave this just right there, sitting there. We got our notes file. We know what we want to do. That's like our big thing on this project. We got other things churning. They'll be fine. They can sit there. It's okay. How is it doing? Yeah, we just got like one thing. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. All right, so Keto Kibu is doing some C# WPF stuff. I know nothing about WPF, but sounds fun. And yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream. I'm gonna cook some pho. I do have some work to do. I got some like stuff. I mean, it's chill work, but it's like writing, you know. I got some writing to do. All right, so later YouTube, see y'all tomorrow. Later Twitch, I'm gonna click the raid button. We'll see you there, and I'll see you over on gaming in just a little bit. Cheers.